not do this. You didn't start doing this, for those reasons. You started doing this because you have a lot of knowledge and you want people. Okay, I got the YouTube cracking. Where is Robo at? Excuse me. Because we gotta finish this book. Like we gotta read that book for DMX. I think I might just stay up all night reading it. Now this dude might call me and y'all gonna watch me in action. Check that book. But I've been missing in action because like I just didn't have the wherewithal, the mental fortitude to push past the numbers at the time. And I had to really dig deep. Like I had to fall back off of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I really had to fall back off of everything because the numbers ain't matching how it's supposed to be. I had to figure out, do I want to be this fake girl, just doing it for the numbers? Just am I reading these books, wasting my time? Like I had to really step back and question, what is the purpose of me reading these books with y'all? What is the purpose? Because this is something I would do whether I had a YouTube or not, right? Why are you sharing this? Okay, well, you're sharing this because you have a lot of knowledge, and it is your due diligence with you gaining this knowledge that you always do is to pass it on. Okay, you can't just sit there and hoarder all this knowledge and not pass it on and not benefit anybody. You feel me? So that's what it's for. Like that's what I'm here for. And there's a lot of things that we just need to know, and a lot of people just don't know. And if you know better, you do better. Period. Okay. So yeah, so let's just get right into the mix because I'm really ready to move on. I'm gonna, just because I said I was gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. I couldn't finish the medical part-time because bitch, that was too hard. You motherfuckers could finish the last 3 chapters like I did yourself. And I'm still gonna make that video for the medical apartheid where I wrap up the last 3 chapters and tell you about it. But I had to step off and figure out. Um, I'm just talking to Instagram and I'm not talking to nobody on YouTube. I forgot to take. My nephew calls it the weirdo blocker 9000. It's just a little piece of tape and I cover it up because I don't know the fuck is this weird out here. You feel me? So we got we're on chapter 15, and this one we don't have that many chapters to go, so we might just wrap it up tonight. Okay. And so then we could get into, oh, I might just knock this down in one. Ooh la la. uh Next, starting, which was actually written by the legendary Donald Goins. This page ain't nothing. This book ain't nothing. Oh, this is real short. We could knock this book down in one ooh wop wop, okay? About the pop. Um. Oh hell yeah! This ain't nothing. We can hella do this. Let me just make sure because he always introduced new books. Yeah, just like I thought, just like I remembered. Donald Goins always has a preview of his next book at the end of the first book. So Dolphin is a really good book. It's wild, man. I'm telling you, it's Wild Kingdom, man. And I also bought Horse Son too because I'm gonna get my Donald Goins collection up because maybe it might give me the courage to write my book too. I got Horse Son, which I can relate to this book on so many levels. I fucking love this book. When I was in the game, it helped me stay focused on my money. But this is the next one. This is just for my reading pleasure. I'm not gonna read this with y'all. But this book right here, only 100 and some pages. It's a street book, so it's right up my alley. the words I use all the time. 175 pages. We could do this in 3 days. Okay, we're gonna do it in 3 days, and I think this you guys would really love this book if you like street crimes, street a whole lot of gang activity. What else I wanted to say? So we're gonna do this, and if I feel like pushing and pumping, then I'm gonna push and pump the rest of the book. But if I don't, then we're gonna finish her up tomorrow, okay? Because sometimes I get a little antsy and I'm always in here, because I work all day and then I come in, blah blah blah. So and I just had to get my get back. Hey girl, how you? I had to get my get back. Like I really do. I had to get my get back. I just was not feeling anything because the numbers wasn't matching, and we know why the numbers ain't way. Or yes, I was just gonna delete everything and just say fuck it all and start all over from the beginning, and just do it like that. So, but I figured my shit out and I'm back in the mix. I got my attitude together, found my gratitude again, and here I am with almost 750 subscribers. We just need one more and we will be in the house, okay? So, oh, it got Sister Soldier's number in the back. Hold on. You can get in touch with Sister Soldier website, sistersoldier.com. Girl, I'm about to send her a message. So yeah, I needed a break, girl. I couldn't do it. I was grouchy about my job. I lost a grandparent. You know what I'm saying? I lost a grandparent. I didn't post it on the gram, but I lost a grandparent, and it's just, I was just going through some things. And before she even passed, I really didn't know her like that, but it still sucked because it really affected my parents. So, and that's hard, you know what I mean? But um I just wasn't feeling it at all, y'all. I'm sorry. I went on for about 7 minutes about how I'm feeling it. Well, let's get into this book one time for your mind. Chapter 15. Um, the coldest winter ever. How I forget the book and the book in my hand. So where we left off is our girl went to Santiago. Uh, she went to this concert, okay? And apparently, you got her fucked up. She is the baddest booch, okay? The baddest booch on the scene. And I better keep my phone charged too. Oh, let me get my charger real quick. And cause I'm about to get off my phone and I'm gonna have this guy. Y'all gonna see me talking to this guy for a second, okay? Review you? You want me to review you? I'll review you. I will do an interview with you, girl. Like, what's up? Like, jump on the live. Like, what's good? Let me get my charger. We can't have nothing dying while we on the live. Okay, got the charger. I'm back. We can't have nothing dying because I gotta. You can listen to me tell the story. You can not. I don't care. I mean, girl, let me tell you real quick before I get into what the Santiago bitch. I had to hang up on this fool. I did. I hung up on that motherfucker. He had me fucked up. As a matter of fact, y'all on Instagram need to come to YouTube, Real Talking Healthy Food, and catch the tea there, okay? And we gonna get into why I had to hang up on this dude. Peace. So, girl, I'm on the phone because I told y'all I'm trying to date again, and I stopped dating because I have a record. Um, I got it. I know exactly where we left off in the book. I just want to give you this heads up right quick because when this fool call, you'll know what's expected, right? So know that it's coming, girl. So I'm dating, and girl, like he had me so hot, like because I was like, I'm online dating, of course, and I was like, he was originally from North Carolina. I had this ill crazy story, which I think should be a story time. And that's what I said to him. I was like, damn, I think it should be a story time about North Carolina. When I went South Carolina, when I went to Myrtle Beach for Black Bike Week. And I was like, I got this hilarious story. He was like, oh, tell me, call me. And I was like, cool, I get off at 5, call me right at 5. Because I didn't know if I was going to go live or not. I didn't know if I had my attitude in check. And that's another reason why I stopped dating, because you can't be bringing no attitude off in no relationship. You feel what I'm saying? And I had to get my shit together. You know what I mean? Because I got a good record of being like the best girlfriend ever. That's why all these niggas want to come back. Okay, get that part. And so so I'm telling him this story and shit, and bitch, he's sitting there like, and I'm like, whoa, 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 you know what I'm saying? And he's like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so, and whoa, 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 and you feel me? Nothing, crickets. So I'm like, oh wow, okay. I said, listen, if this ain't a good time, because he was at work, right? I ain't gonna lie, he builds rockets and shit. I'm like, what rockets? Bitcoins. So I'm like, hello, bro. Like, I'm telling you this amazing, fantastic, awesome ass story. And you're sitting there like, are you deaf? Are you mute? Like, what the fuck, you know? And and girl, he just sitting there dry as fuck. And I'm like, how are you just sitting on this phone dry as fuck? Like, you're making me feel some kind of fucking way. And he said, oh, I didn't make you feel some kind of way. That's on you. Oh yeah? Click block. Immediately. Girl, oh my God. Oh girl, I can't waste a minute. I can't. I can't waste a minute. Bitch, I'm 30 something. You taking up space. I could be on the phone with the true, ill, real deal nigga. I could be on the phone, keying it up with Black Dynamite right now. Like, what are you talking about? Like, your girl go. Like, I am not thirsty for no nigga. Believe that. Like, and I'm not one of them ones who's like, oh, I don't need no man. Woo, woo, woo. Bitch, I need a man. Fuck you talking about. Okay. What you mean? I'm one of them. But I don't need you. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I got my own gig. I go hard. You know, I got my little YouTube action crack, and I got some shit that I'm gonna be selling soon. So it's like, don't front me like I'm Rudy Poo Magoo. No, bro. Block. Girl, the nigga called me back from another number. I was not ready. He was like, oh, this is my real number, by the way. Real number. So you was calling me from a fake ass Google number? You got me fucked up. So I was just listening, being petty Betty. Oh, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how you just gone, bitch? How about this? You know, we talk about something else. So he claimed he got a meeting or whatnot, and he gonna call me back. So I was like, he said, you gonna answer? You go, yeah, I'll answer, because I'm gonna see what your shit like. Now I like me an alpha male. Okay, I like me an alpha male. It allows me to be submissive. But until I do submit to you, you better come fucking correct and give me a goddamn good reason why. Because if you don't, bitch, I'm keeping it pushing on your ass. And that's it. And that's all. And then another thing that's super interesting is I'm getting hollers from mad young ass niggas. That's what's so ill. Like, the young niggas like me more than the niggas my age. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, um, so I just wanted to get that out the way so y'all know what to expect, okay? I'm an alpha female. Yes, I'm very much so an alpha female. And I'm dogmatic too. But when I'm with a man, I would like to relinquish that strength. Because I know my shit, I know what I'm talking about. So that nigga gotta be like always on deck for me to feel that way. And those are the only kind of guys that I date realistically. Like, they're like all the way good. You know what I'm saying? Like, rather be a street nigga, rather well, that's pretty much mostly what I like. But rather be a street nigga or a professional nigga. I have professional dudes too. And so you got to be all the way up to par for me to be like, yes, Daddy. Okay. Outside of that, if you're not up to par, then I'm dog walking you, period. And I'm gonna leave you in the dust because you can't keep up. You feel me? So if you're not up to par, you're not shitting on niggas, then I'm gonna be like, you suck. I'm not gonna like this nigga's hella boozy. Like, what the fuck I look like listening to him? Like, I have no reason to be submissive to you. You feel what I'm saying? But when he's the man, bitch, dinner's ready, face beat every day, all day. I'm one of them. I'm extra, extra, bitch. I wake up early. This nigga don't never see me fucked up, bitch. Well, everybody got their fucked up days, but I'm extra, extra when I got a nigga. Bitch, I'm skinny, bitch. When I get a nigga, I'm skinny. I'm bikini ready, bitch. I wear lingerie every night, every single night. You better ask my exes, bitch. Or girl, I get it together. That's why I need to start that girl talk channel. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, your girl's a whole nother bitch, you know. Two strong attitudes really bump together. Uh, I've always been thin. I wish I had some pictures. Oh, I do got some pictures. I'm gonna show you what I mean. I've never been skinny. I just ain't never had this belly before until I turned 30, and then something just happened, girl. I don't know what happened. But I'm gonna share this with y'all because I took some pictures. Like I was, because I'm gonna be getting with a trainer here soon, and he gonna help me get snatched back up. Cause I ain't gonna never ever be skinny. I'm gonna zoom into me because why is it doing that? I just wanna open the picture. Damn, open the picture. Why is it doing that? Okay, see, like that. See, look at your girl. See, no belly. Oh, she was cute in the club. That was me and my sister, but I didn't want to expose her. You feel me? So I was like, when I say I was a sexy little bitch, I mean I was a sexy little bitch, and I meant that. With my Black Girls Rock chain, bitch, I wore that bitch till it fell off, literally. Like I was Girls Rock everything, and I'll show y'all a little some when your girl sexy in it up. Now that's me now, but that belly got to go, okay. And I ain't doing it for no niggas. I'm doing it for me. Like it's not for the niggas. It's just I don't want to be. I don't want to be this size anymore. It's getting my fucking nerve. Like I'm ready to be a hot, sexy thing and have me a lukewarm grown woman summer. Because I can't have no hot girl summer. I'm a grown lady. I got to have me a medium warm woman summer. Grown lady summer. I can't drop it like it's hot no more. I don't wear these knees out. Pop, lock it, drop it. Oh man, my knees is fucked up. And that's why winter reminds me so much of me before I woke up somehow. I woke up because I'll never forget the day something in my mind sparked. I'll never forget it. And it's all because, literally, it's because of the Honorable Minister, Louis Farrakhan. It was him and Dr. Khalid Muhammad. They are they are what sparked the flame in me that made me who I am today. I'm not where I want to be, but they made me do a whole 360 in my life. It was a speech that he did about it. I forgot the title. It was something like the value of Black women. And I really didn't know what to expect. I was cleaning my house. I had this super fly pad because I was still hustling them. I was still hustling and I was really trying to find my way because like this is a slow ass city and it just was not popping for your girl, okay? So and I was just losing myself because I wasn't with my ex. And um and I always kind of read all the time and things like I was in Blacktown Nation which was an all men's group, but I wanted to learn how to be a more submissive woman to my man. Like, what is the expectation of dealing with an alpha male? Okay. And and so I learned a lot from that man. I've been looking for him for a really long time. I hope he's okay. I learned so much from so much for him. But anyway, uh, so I was just always on that, and that made me a better woman, and that made in a in turn made me a better hustler, and it made my situation with the man that I was with a lot better because he was super alpha. I'm an alpha female too, but it helped me redirect that energy. Okay. So what I mean by that is when I was out here getting money, yeah, I'm with the shits. You know what I'm saying? But when my dude come around, I fall back and let him take the control. Unless he's being a fucking idiot. And I'm gonna tell you you're being a fucking idiot because I don't want nothing to happen to you. You feel me? Especially dealing with some street shit. If I feel something, which usually when I feel it in my soul, I'm usually right about it, right? Just like when he got shot by a nigga that I didn't trust. And I told him, don't fuck with that nigga. And that's the same nigga that shot him in the fucking head. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just like, he's still alive though. He's still alive. If he would have got murdered while we was together, I probably would have never made it back, to be honest. But I was listening to this speech in my kitchen while I was cleaning my house, and it was by the minister, and it was just so. It was about like the black woman's value, and you know how if you listen to his speeches, like I didn't really understand my value the way that he put it. I got it. I grasped it. It was something like I never heard a black man talk about a black woman the way he does. Like he was uplifting us. He loved us. Like he was just man. I can't really quote anything that he said, but it was that speech that made me go, I need to get my shit together. I'm fucking up. So that was the speech that did it, and I just kept watching more minister eh, um more his videos, and I just slowly started making a change. I started praying because I needed something different, and God helped me because God is good all the time. Amen. Praise God. Okay. And I started just learning about my own value as a black woman, what my value is. And I learned that from a man. That's so ill. So anyway, enough of that. Like I done went on 23 minutes about girl shit. Anyway, let's get into this book, girl. I'm just because I could talk a mile a minute, honey. So the coldest winter ever, chapter 15. We left off with winter. I need to put that in the details. Skip to 23 minutes unless you want some game. Winter just went to this concert. Like what you know, being stacked up with a bunch of bad bitches going to a rapper's mansion. So she ended up being the illest bitch in the crew. Okay. But bitch, that morning light hit her real quick. Girl, I'm gonna say it like this. What ended up happening was she saw one of her dudes at the club. She shitted on him because she was trying to get with this rapper called GS. Okay. And it was his birthday bash. And so they bagged a whole bunch of bitches at the club and they rolled him out in this bus out to Jersey, because that's usually where the nice houses are in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? People usually party in the city and then they live off in Jersey somewhere. Just like, well, anyway, I'm going off subject. So anyway, so they went off to Jersey to this mansion. They had a bad bitch contest. It wasn't Midnight. It was the other dude that she was in the video with. What's that fool name? She was thinking about Midnight. She was trying to um hold on. You sleeping with this nigga patting his chest with his heavy and a nigga been I'm about to toss up. She was like, bottom line, was right now. I had a chance to get with GS. Why would I fold my hand to pick up some unknown cards? He sensed my rejection and didn't want his boys to see me turning him down, but he was gonna go for it anyway. When a straight up, this nigga got love for you. So I can't remember that full name. Um, damn, what is his name? It was the dude. I don't know if y'all remember when it was her birthday and she got to drive her mama's Mercedes and she went and linked up with and Simone and oh, I can't remember. Um Bullet. But Simone Bullet and another dude that they was rocking with. She got the one dude and she got her and Simone got the other guy and they came in the he came in when they was in the hot tub. He came in with the camera and they started recording it, and that's basically part of the reason why. I think I found it. I found it. So she was hanging out with Bullet Simone, and let's see. Um, because he went up there on, I don't know if y'all ever seen Paid in Full, where they was showing Cameron was showing the video how he was fucking the girl. Well, that's basically what that nigga pulled. Where her father's crew kicked it, but she didn't know that this nigga was the ops. You feel what I'm saying? Her father's ops, and so Midnight had to beat the shit out that nigga for disrespecting, and that's why Midnight really don't fuck with her like that because she think that hood ratchet shit is cute and it's not. You feel me? And so yeah, so anywho, yeah, so that's the same nigga. So we going back too far. So he was trying to get with her and she's like, nigga, I'm trying to get with GS. So she shit on him to go with her chance. So then boom. So now they at the mansion and the security's like, we gonna have a bad bitch contest. And she like, okay, cool. So it's like 60 bitches. Like, if you got hair on my toes, you can't make it. You out of here. If yo, let me see your nails. No, boo, boo, boo. Let's see what else that nigga said. Oh my god, that part was so funny. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go through this, okay? I'm gonna go through this. Okay, at 3 a.m., one of the security guys. I'm gonna go back, then we gonna jump into chapter 15, okay? So, okay, ladies, GS is ready for some pussy. Who wants to give up the pussy? We all jump. I do. I'm gonna give up the draws. If you're not here to get your freak on, bounce now. Any virgins in the house, bounce now. Now, y'all know it's too many of y'all. GS told me to bring up the baddest females in the house. All the girls were screaming, raising hands, like, you can get this ass, you can get this ass. Who, bitch, you can get that ass. Hold on. Here's what we gonna do. We gonna have a contest. Line up, get up, line up. If you're too drunk to stand up, sit down. You're out. You're not in it. We're gonna have a beauty contest. In the huge living room, there were 10 rows of 6 girls each in the contest. I'm the host. One of the other security guards said he's supposed to be big and intimidating. As far as I was concerned, he was just big and fat. He walked through each row of girls with his tall, fat, sloppy self carrying a vodka tonic, talking about some, you ugly, sit down. You ugly, sit down. You ugly, sit down. The 3 girls was mad, mumbling all kinds of insults at him. One of them said it loud enough for everybody to hear, you big fat bitch. The second girl said, I thought you left all the ugly girls at the club. Fat ass sipped his drink and said, it was dark. I missed you there. Now sit down and shut the fuck up. No, he didn't say shut the fuck up. He said shut up. Okay. All right, now hold out your hands. Each row, girls, stick your hands out. See, that's why you gotta keep your nails on deck, bitch. I'm telling you. Stick your hands out, man hands. Goddamn. What your mother do? Burn you with cigarettes? Sit the fuck down. That's what he said. The next security guard stood up. He walked up and down the aisle like he was a military drill sergeant. For seconds, he didn't say nothing. Then he started pointing. Cheap shoes, sit down. Cheap shoes, sit down. Cheap shoes, sit down. I looked behind me, and one of the girls he told to sit down was Lauren. She caught my eye. I raised my eyebrow like, as if to say, I'm sorry, I knew them cheap shoes would be her downfall. Bitch. Next thing I know, the same dude was asking us to take our shoes off. A lot of girls didn't like that, were complaining and sucking their teeth. I wasn't affected. I had pretty feet. I even did my pedicure over, especially for tonight. You got to keep the toes. Right, period. Oh shit, I've been watching too much Sean Davy Way. Period. Okay. So hammer time, sit down. Hammer time, sit down. Hammer time, sit down. God damn, sit down. There were only like 40 girls left. All right, ladies, this is the big one. Everyone with weave, sit your bald headed asses down. Now, would I have counted if I had brains? Probably. I don't know. 25 girls were out on that one call. My shit was real and straight. With 15 girls left, I was planning on winning. The next security guy got up and said, pull up your shirts. I'm checking for the nasty worms. He was talking about stretch marks. A lot of you slick bitches got nice figures and ugly stretch marks. You know you got 4 kids. Your ass shouldn't even be here. GS do not want to be your baby daddy. All the guards started laughing. 5 girls with worms were eliminated. Damn. The security guard called over to the DJ. Throw on some Biggie Smalls. Let me see you hoes dance. You gotta have rhythm. If you can't dance, you probably can't cut. Sit down, you off beat. Sit down, you whack. Sit down, your butt fell off. 7 girls left. Everybody was like, all right, okay, all right, already. Pick one. Okay, one of y'all step up. And then they started doing a contest about TV shows, bitch. So then, long story short, she ended up winning. And I wonder what year it is because it was doing some old ass shows, okay? So, girl, she ended up. So the security dude tried to holler at her when not on the way to GS's room, and she's like, "Skirt, no sir." And girl, so this nigga in the room in the dark, sleep, bitch, okay? And he drunk sleep, okay? Uh, and girl, so she get in the room and she fucking while he's sleeping drunk, and he cream pied her, okay? And I'm like, you just fucking this nigga mad raw, letting him busting you, girl. You wow. And so she got up the next morning, in the mansion, about thinking she about to cook eggs and do all this shit. And the security said, hold on. Security said, let me find it. Because it's fucking hilarious. She really thought she was about to kick back. Oh yeah, mind you, she won because she didn't wear no drawers. So I vibrated all over him and I heard him screaming ecstasy like he was my bitch. Okay. In the morning, I tidied up after our house guests. I was just in GS's shirt. Downstairs, I tried to together some breakfast for us. I had music playing at a low volume. The sun was filling up the entire house the way it does in classy neighborhoods where architects that design the houses in the position of the sun, moon, and water in mind. As I walked up the long, wide staircase, I felt pain in my side. Excuse me, sweetie. Hey, hey, you got to get up and get out of here. I don't know what you're doing in here, but don't respond. I'm afraid of the answer. Everything was a blur. I attempted to focus. My head was pulsating the way it does after a night of wild mixture of drinks. The harmless looking 30 something woman was poking me in the side with a long black antenna on which I assumed was a walkie talkie. When I sat up, my eyes confirmed the images were jetting through my mind. I was in GS's mansion. It was not a dream. The untidy room of last night was now spotless except for my naked body. Like a zillion lens, my eyes scanned the floor for my clothes, which I recall dropping on the floor on the side of the bed. I spotted them laid across the chair neatly. I grabbed my neck with my hands, and my diamond necklace and bracelet were still on. I could rule out robbery from this bizarre situation. Once again, she's dreaming. As I collected myself and began dressing, the woman watched me as if I was acting in a scene that she was directing. Clutching my bag, I asked her, "Where's GS? He's not due to the set until 2 this afternoon. It's 9 a.m. right now, but you will have to go. Think about it, lady. If I'm here in this room, I must be a welcome guest in GS's house." "Oh, really?" she said. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind if his girl waited downstairs for him. This house is big enough for everybody." "Listen, sweetie, I'm not sure if you're GS's girl. However, this is not GS's house. Now we have it rented for a video shoot until 12 midnight. And she basically got to clean up." I flung the door open. Girl, long story short, she ended up getting a ride back in a hoopty back to New York City, girl. So she ended up, so Souljah was mad. And then Lauren ended up taking up for the both of them. And when they got back from the party, because Souljah was worried about both of them. And Lauren ended up coming up with some good shit to get them out the hot spot. So now we caught up, okay? And we're on chapter 15 now. So, whew, girl. So the Jamaican spot around the corner got to break my last 20. Two patties, ginger beer, and two blunts. Man, I miss those. The patties, and I love ginger beer. I miss the East Coast. I'm gonna just keep it real. I think I'm moving back. I'm moving. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. The speed of my thoughts increased and doubled. I had to make a move soon. According to my calculations, GS should be coming around any day now. It was unlike him to let 4 days go by without showing up. Enough though, I had about 5 plans brewing. I felt real uneasy. Staying at their house had me out of my element. Like a true Santiago, I could figure out something when my back was against the wall. But this living arrangement didn't leave me a lot of options. First off, I was never left alone. Second, I had no one to feed off of. What I needed was a connection. It was right there in front of my face, but I couldn't hook up the main line. Careful thoughts led me to conclude that Souljah was cockblocking. She was interrupting my connection to midnight in GS. She was clogging up my flow. When I stepped back into the crib, I knocked on Doc's office door. She came to answer the door, opening it up slightly. My secretary quit. It's real hectic in here. We can't talk now. She closed the door in a hurry. As I turned around the knob, as I turned the knob to Sister Soldier's apartment, I wish I had not. I walked right into one of those womanhood meetings. I tried to shut the door swiftly, hoping no one saw me, but Lauren pulled the knob from her side and said sarcastically, "Sasha, come on in. I saved the chair just for you." Bitch. And she was like, "Bitch." As I saw all of the girls seated in the circle, Lauren locked eyes with me. She kept making funny faces and gestures because she had busted me trying to get out of the meeting. Both of us hated. "How many of you figured out the answer to the question, what do I believe? Who knows the answer to the question, what do I live for? Who thought about this question? What would I sacrifice for my life?" One girl said, I sacrifice I'd sacrifice my life for my family. In what way? If somebody was messing with my sister, I kick their ass. If somebody killed my brother, I try my best to kill them, even if he killed me. I feel that. "Oh, are you and your sister tight?" Souljah asked, setting the girl up for the kill. "We all right," the girl responded. After a small pause, the girl continued, "It doesn't matter if me and my sister are tight. The fact is, she's my sister, and if anybody puts their hands on her, we gonna be thumping. How about for a cause? Would you fight for a cause? What kind of cause? Say, for instance, the school in your neighborhood didn't have the right books for children to learn, or say they needed computers or even healthier food in the cafeteria. The girl seemed to sense that this might be a trap, so she thought before she answered. Then she blurted out, "No, I'm not getting involved in all of that. That's different. If somebody's beating my sister up or cheating her out of money, that's different because that's like an emergency. What about you?" If sister asked the next girl. If my sister was in school, then maybe I'd do something. But why would your sister have to be in school for you to fight for the school? Because my sister's my family. My family. I don't know those other kids. But then but the school is in your community. Even if your sister isn't in that school, your sister still has to live in the neighborhood. She will be affected by whatever happens to those children. If they don't get a proper education, maybe one of them will bust a cap in your sister's ass. Then what? Silence fell for 3 seconds. Then the girl said, "Then I'll just bust a cap in their ass." Everybody laughed. Soldier pulled out a blackboard and started gibbering about how we all a family. We are all connected. We have to look out for one another in our schools and neighborhoods. We have to make anybody who makes money in our neighborhood accountable to us who live here. As far as I was concerned, the whole topic was a waste of time. The girl was right. If somebody touched my family, then my family touches them back. If somebody fucks with the money in my pocket, then it's grounds for war. How how we excuse me, how are we all connected when all of us live in separate places? I bet none of these chicks lived in an apartment as laced as soldiers. When you get a bill in the mail, we ain't it ain't a we thing. When I buy clothes, they ain't for we, they for me. I live for me. I die for me. Oh shit. Luckily, Doc interrupted the meeting. She pulled Lauren into the hall and I followed. Listen, Lauren, I need a big favor. Can you fill in tomorrow until I have a new secretary? But I work up here, she said. Soldier won't mind if I borrow you. My office is swamped. I'll call her. She'll understand. Doc put the pressure on her. All right, then. Back inside, Soldier was still grilling the girls. How will we, as women, get along with one another in our communities if we can't agree on the rules? She asked. What rules? One of the girls questioned. How should we treat each other? How should we speak to one another? And how about each other? What about our men? How should we treat them? How should we require them to treat us? What could we change about our own actions to cause them to treat all of us better? Will we continue to sleep with each other's men and fight and lie about it? What do we believe? How will we raise our children? What will we tell them? Soldier was shooting the questions out like rapid fire. It was clear to me that she wanted to control everything and everybody. That's it. She was a definite control freak. Oh my God, why is my nose itching so much? She's definitely a control freak. Late that night, GS rang the bell. I beat my record time getting downstairs. What up, Saw? She said, like I had trained them to do. You know what's up, nigga? I responded in my playful, sexy way. I knew you come around looking for me. Slide me your number so we could talk. You know, just me and you. I smiled wide and stuck my tongue out a little on my teeth. You crazy, he said. Soldier here? I am sorry, guys. It's allergy season. I'm so sorry. He said, "You crazy. Soldier here? Stop playing GS. You know what's up. We don't have to do this here, but we definitely got to do this." GS brushed past me, pushing me to the side as he headed up the stairs. I ran close behind him and grabbed his shoulder. He joked his shoulder back, shoving me off. At the top of the landing on the first flight of stairs, I pushed him. He pushed me back. Look, girl, you want to get fucked, I'll fuck you. But don't trip in her house. I ain't checking for that. Damn. Damn. Oh, look, girl, you want to get fucked? I'll fuck you. But don't trip in her house. I ain't checking for that. In the dark shadows of the stairs, Soldier appeared, with her eyes cutting through the darkness like a cat. Is everything straight? Looking at GS. Everything's cool, he said in a raspy, low voice. Peace, Sasha, Soldier said as they left. But in them two words, a lot more was hidden. Damn! She killed her with the peace, Sasha. Dang. Upstairs, Laura was waiting. I was so vexed I didn't feel like swapping stories with her right now. Mm-mm. What's wrong? She asked. Was that GS? What did he say? The motherfucker didn't say nothing. He acted like I was wilding out. Like he didn't know what's up. Well, what do you expect him to do with Soldier right here in the house? What you got to do is get him one on one. I already did that, I said, calm but angry. Did you get his number? No. How about the beeper? Nope, nothing. Damn, you fucked up. How did how did that happen? You didn't get nothing. What the hell were you doing up there in this room? I guess we were too busy to talk. I laughed half-heartedly. Where'd you go? I asked her. I was with Frankie till about 5. Then he said he had to pick up GS, so I told him to drop me off. He didn't drop you here because you weren't here when I got here. Yeah, he dropped me off at Cameron's house. Who's Cameron? Who's Cameron? This other dude I know. What did Frank say about that? What could he say? He don't know me. I told him it was my mother's apartment. We laughed again. Frankie won't see me no more. No how. Once he told me he was GS's personal bodyguard, I decided to cut his ass off. I don't need him in my business getting back to my sister. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really like bugging right now. I don't need my sister getting back. I don't need this shit getting back to my sister. While Lauren slept, I sat up all night. When I heard Soldier coming up the stairs, it was about 4 a.m. I heard one set of footsteps. I just decided to confront her in the darkened hallway with my nightgown on. So GS is your man? I questioned her. No, we're just friends, she said with no hostility. So how come the two of you are always together? We like each other, but we both know it wouldn't work out. Besides, he's leaving on tour tomorrow. She checked the time and said, I mean today. We were just saying goodbye. Why do you ask? I guess I didn't answer quick enough because she started talking again. I thought you had something for him, she said, like she was pleased with herself for knowing things before they happened. Oh, Soldier, you're shady, girl. I thought you had something for him. All polite. But if I did, it wouldn't matter to you, would it? It will because I have feelings for him, but I wouldn't try to stop the two of you because he's not my man. Come on in. We walked into her bedroom. Sit down. GS is an entertainer. I told myself there are two kind of men I would never marry, a performer or a preacher. Why? I asked, thinking, damn, who said anything about marriage anyway? Because you have to know yourself as a woman. You have to know what you want out of love and what you don't want. You have to know what you expect and what you're unwilling to accept or compromise. Now, a million women are in love with GS, or at least think they are. Whatever girl eventually gets him, she quotes, can never, okay, so whatever woman gets him could never be happy. Her man will be hunted and desired by so many other women. Everyone will see her as the person who is in the way, the person they need to get rid of. A man like GS will have to work overtime to convince the woman he chooses that he really loves her, that he will really be faithful. For the most part, he'll probably try. He'll say no to 1,000 girls, and there will be just that one, someone with a beautiful face like yours, Sasha, a perfect figure and pretty toes, and he'll say yes to her. Or let's say he's faithful. Half the time he'll be on the road. You will have to be the kind of woman that doesn't mind being left alone for that kind of time. That's not me. That's not what I want. Then with the performers, you never know anyway. Her voice lowered to a whisper, like this was top secret information. Never know what. A lot of them are bisexual. They look like men, dress like men, talk like men, are surrounded by women, but they also sleep with men also. Not GS. I blurted out, you never know. That's why you got to watch for a long time before you jump into bed with someone. It's not what they say that gives them away, it's what they do and how they do it. I watch closely. Most things are not what they seem to be in this life. Most people are not what they seem to be in this life. Mm. Most things are not what they seem to be in this life. Most people are not who they seem to be in this life. Bar, Sister Soldier. Most people find it extremely hard to tell the truth about themselves. Living has taught me that. Soldier was undressing as she spoke. It was as if I wasn't even standing there. So, who is good enough to be your man? I don't really think of it that way. I look at it as when I meet the man for me, I'll know it. I'll feel it, and he will too. But even when I feel it and know it, I'll wait and watch for a good while. But if you like, but if you like DS, give it your best shot. If that's what you really want, she sat she sat down on the round bed in her bra and panties under the dim light. My mind raced to figure out the riddle she was speaking in. She was like the kid on the block around the block who you get all pumped up to fight. You take your earrings, necklace, pull back your hair, and Vaseline your face. You give her your best punch, and then she wouldn't even hit you back. It just took the fun out of everything. So, what's up with the digits? I asked on my way out of her bedroom door. What digits? Oh, I thought maybe you'll hook a girlfriend up with GS's phone number. Come on now, I'm nice, but I'm not stupid. If you want to hook up with GS, you'll have to work it out on your own between the two of you. The next afternoon, hey, Soldier's a trill one, dog. She's fucking trill. She already know what time it is. Plus, she was probably like, she probably fucked that nigga already. And that's exactly why I can't be fucking with your fucking every bitch ass. Because here it is, this bitch lying about her shit. She a whole bum. You fucking bum ass bitches and shit. And I'm over here spending quality good ass fucking time with you. And you playing games with these little bitches. Like, have several seats. So she's like, no, no, sir. Moving on. The next afternoon, I worked on Lauren. I needed her to get in touch with Frankie. He wouldn't know how to hook me up with GS. I had thought about it, and the idea of going on tour with him was getting me all worked on him. Girl, he just pushed you in the hallway. Now you think you're going on tour? Bitch, sit your stupid ass down. What is making my nose itch? Is it something on my glasses? Why is it so itchy right the fuck here? Anyway, Soldier was hella troll for that, right? I could never, bitch. I could, but she don't want him, so she's just like, that's my point. So she don't want him, so why get mad? You feel me? Um. Okay, so she was trying to get in touch with Frankie to hook her up with GS, but she thinks she gonna go on tour. Um. I mean, I'm realistic. The nigga don't have to marry me straight off. We could just travel, spend his money, and enjoy our fame. Wow, really, bitch? The other chicks didn't matter as long as I controlled his pockets. Once I got on the road, I would be unstoppable. I'd be out of this prison, have access to the dough, and I'd be meeting real, not broke ghetto girls or chicks in turbans or philosophers or wannabes. I would learn the game, whatever the game was, because I was a fast learner. Right about now, I was giving GS the benefit of the doubt. Okay, I shouldn't have played up to him in this house where he couldn't act natural. I should have waited, set the scene in the mood. But I was going to give him a second chance to make the smartest move of his life. Bitch, where? I don't want to talk to Frankie. I already told you that. That was Lauren's response to my pushing her. Come on, just do me a solid, girl. You know I would do it for you. I sensed that maybe she was reluctant to get GS's phone number from Frankie because of her sister. I tried to I tried to put Lauren at ease. Look, Soldier told me to go for mine with GS. No, she didn't, she said with disbelief. Yes, she did. Last night we was up talking. When? She never told me to go for mine with GS. Laura's words were laced with she never told me to go for mine with GS, is what she really said. Lauren's words were laced with jealousy. Whatever, Lauren, look, are you going to do this or not? What makes you think Frankie's going to give me GS's number anyway? If he's GS's bodyguard, he should be right there with him. He could just pass him the phone. All I need is 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And I know I could persuade GS to some things. All right, but Frankie is an asshole. and he's in his own dick too hard. Oh, and he's on his own dick too hard. Oh shit. But I would go in Soldier's room and pick up her phone. I'll call him on this phone. You listen and write the number if we could get him to give it to us. Lauren got Frankie on the phone. Frankie, what's up? Frankie, what's up, baby? Who this? This Lauren from New York. Or Lauren. Oh man. Ho 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 ho. Let me get into the phone call, okay? Frankie, what's up, baby? Who this? This Lauren. Lauren from New York or Lauren from Philly? Lauren with the chinky eyes and the sweet New York pussy. Oh shit, I know that's right. Damn, you miss a nigga already, huh? Well, you know how it be. What you got on right now? Nothing but black leather belt around my waist to spank your bad ass with. Yeah, this my freak like to tie a nigga up and all that shit. So where you headed? North Carolina. We got a show tonight. You should have called me yesterday. I would have brought your ass with me. Where's GS at? What you asking for that nigga for? What you asking for that nigga for? Fuck. I'ma just say fuck. Okay. Uh, I'm not asking for him. Sounds like you was asking for me, asking for him to me. Nah, she denied it. We on the tour bus. That nigga's in the plane riding first class. Oh well, where y'all staying out in Kakalaki? Some of us will be at the Hyatt Regency. Others of us will be at the fucking mess restaurant. Ain't that right, dogs? Everybody started laughing. I could hear male voices in the background through the phone. Well, which hotel are you staying in? Why? You coming to see me? Don't surprise the brother. Let him know. Maybe are you staying with GS Axum? There you go again. Tony, tell this little freak how much we hate bitches using us to get to GS. Yo, this is Tony. Why are you trying to play my man? Put Frankie back on the phone. Well, who do you want to talk to, Frankie or GS? I want to talk to Frankie. Are you sure? Frankie said when he got back on the phone. Make that little noise you was making the other night. Lauren started moaning on the phone. She sounded like a cross between a snake and an owl. Bitch, what? But Frankie loved it. Now you remember who you with? I was asking for a friend, Lauren said. Oh, dog, she's asking about GS for her friend. They all started laughing while we could hear them loud and clear. Oh, so your friend want to get stretched out by GS? She got any friends if we hook her up with G? She got to serve the rest of us too, or bring some freaks with her. I ran back into the room to coach Lauren on what to say. Tell him to set up the meeting. We'll meet him down there. I told her. In North Carolina, she asked me, whispering, why not? I asked her, rushing to set it up. You got money to go to North Carolina? No, but I could get some. I'm going to go see my mother today. She got some money from me. I lied. Yo, Lauren, is Shorty there with you? Yeah, it's Sasha. You know, from the party the other night at GS's house? The one who won the pageant? He said, what is he saying? What is he saying? She didn't answer, so I ran back to Soldier's room and picked up the phone. Lauren, between me and you, if she's feeling for the dick, it's Tony she should be talking to. He's the one who fucked her. Ain't that right, dog? Oh! Oh, damn. Oh, oh man, her phone died. Her phone died. Okay, I'll see you in a minute, boo. Oh my god. Oh, oh my god. You guys. Wait. It's Tony she should be talking to. He's the one who fucked her. Ain't that right, dog? Who that? Tony's voice asked from a distance. You remember the little freak we played Switch with the other night out the Alpine video shoot? Do I remember? Tell that bitch I love her. Lauren dropped the phone. Within a second, she was standing in Soldier's room looking in my face, feeling sorry for me. I held the phone to my ear, frozen in position. Yeah, baby, this is Tony. I know you thought I was GS, but the good news is now I don't have to explain to you what good dick you would have been missing. Fuck that nigga G. What you need to do is come get with me. They all laughed at his cheap rhyme. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that they played her motherfucking ass. Oh my, oh, the switcheroo, bitch. You lying motherfucker. All right, then, when you came in the room, I was on the bed waiting in the dark. You couldn't even find the light. You started knocking shit over. You tried to suck and sip out of my crystal bottle, but I had already drank it all. Sorry. Why am I laughing at her? I had already drank it all. But here's the hook. You got long, pretty legs, big titties like cantaloupes in a small waist, and you love to go horseback riding. They all started cracking up. I love you. I love you, girl. Let's do it again. Vendetta is the word, except it isn't strong enough. Oh, oh man. Mm, mm. Oh man. Hold on, let me tell this dude something right quick. Oh, they switch a root on her ass. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Who is? Oh, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I remember. Hey. Okay. So I'm good. I'm caught up. I'm caught up. Girl, girl. That afternoon, while Lauren worked in Doc's office, I sat and talked with her. That conversation cost her $300 because that's how much I lifted from Doc's strong box without Lauren even knowing it. Seems like everybody around here got something to prove, but these bitches were not going to outsmart Winter Santiago. So she stole some money from Doc. Myself, I wouldn't sit through one more meeting or speech, nada. But the pressure was on. Sister Soldier was bossing everyone around, rehearsing Lauren about how to place the volunteer security, etc. Dressed in red and white, the colors for all workers from the womanhood class. Lauren and Soldier were on their way out the door. Doc's voice stopped us. Soldier, I'm sorry I can't make the benefit. Not having a secretary has left me in a bad position. Soldier looked disappointed. But here's a check for $1,000 to support the wonderful work that you're doing. Soldier gave her a big hug and a kiss. I'm thinking, see, it ain't no sweat for her to just throw away $1,000. One more thing, I need Lauren's help today. I know how much you need her, but right now I don't have anybody else. Now, after Doc gave $1,000. What could Soldier say? Lauren turned on the heels of her cheap shoes and went back into the house. Well, you've been around for months, Soldier said to me. You know how important this benefit is to me. I'll need your help today. Do you think you can handle it? After church, Soldier went into the back with the important people. At 5 p.m., hundreds of ticket buyers started to file in one by one. By 6, the crowd was so big that they had to open up a second balcony. Girls from the womanhood class in red skirts and white blouses stood against the wall every couple of feet. They were ushers and security. More girls lined the wall on the now packed balcony. Up on stage, Soldier was seated. I'm sorry, y'all. At a long table with doctors, dignitaries, and other stuffed shirts. Excuse me. And among all of this bulging crowd is that in their haste, they somehow do- uh, left me at one of the three doors to collect the money. I was amazed at this crowd of people I never seen. Ladies with big church hats, men in suits with brims, Volvos, Benzes. Even young people had on suits and dresses. No sneakers to be found. Not even a pair of baggy jeans. And definitely no hats. There was an old man who stood at the entrance and reminded each boy to remove his hat. More surprising, however, the overflow, excuse me, was the flow of $20 bills piling up in my basket as I sat behind the table collected on one side and two other girls, one of whom was Rashida. She sat behind the table on the other side. I began to separate the ones, fives, tens, and twenties and turned all the dollar bills in the right direction in the way Daddy showed me to do. When the preacher said, "Let us bow our heads and pray," I gently grabbed a stack of 20s and fives. I wasn't greedy. I left at least half in the basket. It was only a two-step motion dropping the bills into my red coach bag, the one I had purchased to match DS's Jeep. When the heads raised from prayer, I was my calm, courteous self. I resumed taking funds from the latecomers and stragglers. Setting myself up for a flawless getaway, I told Rashida, who was always right for a sucker roll, I had a terrible stomach ache. To regain her complete trust, I asked her to hold my money basket while I went to the bathroom. I slowly and confidently I walked slowly and confidently to the back, checking on the ushers like I was a manager or something. It was so easy to give them orders and watch them follow. Just a little bit of authority in my voice, and I had them all jump in. In the bathroom, overly helpful ladies chatted with each other. What a lovely church. Oh, are you a member? No, I am. Yes, our pastor is the best. How do you like our stained glass windows? Aren't they beautiful? This place is huge, isn't it? Sure, it seats at least 1,500 people. The 1,500 people sounded the loudest in my ear as I stood behind the door counting my new riches. $15 a person times 1,500 people. Without paper, I calculated $72,500. 7,000 of them were in my bag. My heart started to beat fast. The small space in the toilet seemed to get smaller. My scalp busted a sweat. A couple of deep breaths and I was okay. Hell, aren't the benefits to raise money for people who need it? Why did people with AIDS need all the money when they were just going to die anyway? Oh my God. I rolled the money up and located in a rubber band that I usually use for my hair. In my boldness, I walked to the front of the elevated stage. As soon as Soldier spotted me, she leaned over and asked, "What's the matter? Are you okay?" In the baby voice, the one I watched Laura use so effectively, my stomach is going crazy. I just threw up in the bathroom. My mouth tastes so nasty. I'm so sorry. With the face full of concern, you've done a lot to help out. I have a check for you for all the work you've done for me when Lauren wasn't around. Just then, a young suited man was at the podium introducing Souljah. Go to the house. I have some baking soda, um, how do you say, a KO Peptide and Pepto Bismol upstairs in the medicine cabinet, whichever you prefer. Lay down for a while. You'll feel better soon. In an unusual move, she planted a kiss on my cheek. As I looked up at her in surprise, she smiled and said, in all the commotion, I forgot to tell you that I spoke to Bilal this morning. Who? Bilal, midnight. Your cousin. Gagging for air and holding my stomach. Oh, midnight. We'll talk, she shouted over the crowd's applause. She gestured goodbye with a hand and then stepped to the podium. Damn! A track star couldn't have been faster than me. My legs were carrying my body swiftly towards the house. That was a little more than a few blocks away. It's getting dark in here. I rang the bell. It took about 5 minutes for Lauren to answer the door. Even though I had my poker face on, my forehead was sweating too much for the winter afternoon. What's wrong? How did it go? It can't be over so soon. No, it just got started. Then what are you doing here? I got some serious stomach pains out of nowhere. Did Soldier tell you? Did you tell Soldier you were leaving the church? Yeah, we talked. She sent me home to get some medicine. She said I could get it from upstairs in the medicine cabinet. Do you want to see Doc? No, I just want to take some of the kaopectate and head back to the church to help out. Oh, she says suspiciously. Upstairs, I ran into Soldier's bedroom. I took the key off of her jewelry box, which was right on top of her cluttered dresser. I opened the file cabinet and flipped feverishly through files. I had to check each one for the first name Bilal. I didn't know his last name. I finally got it. Bilal O'Day. I grabbed the folder. I snatched the New York Times off of Soldier's bed and placed the folder and all of its contents in the pages between to conceal it. In Lauren's room, I grabbed my empty Nike luggage bag and placed it inside. Everything that absolutely could not be left here. I surveyed Lauren's dresser for my belongings and saw my beeper and threw it in the Nike bag. Out of nervousness, I checked my red Coach bag again. No problem. My money was still there. I grabbed a roll of 20s, peeled off two of them, and slid them into my red leather jacket pocket for easy access. I opened the small dresser on the bureau and collected my diamond necklace, my bracelet, and earrings. I put them in my red bag, my lipstick, my comb, brush, and of course my box cutter where the last go in. I double checked everything. My hands were full. I stepped lightly down the 5 flights of stairs. I was so excited to be leaving this place forever. Panic racked my body when I hit the landing approaching the last flight of stairs. I was staring down. I'm sorry, y'all. Panic racked my body when I hit the landing approaching the last flight of stairs. I was staring down at Aaron, who was standing at the front door, paying what appeared to be the delivery man. There must have been 20 medium sized boxes covering the foyer floor. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, back to the church. Without saying anything, Lauren's eyes dropped down to my Nike bag. Oh, yeah? I didn't get a chance to see my mother yesterday. She was pretty upset. So I'm going to go see her right after the benefit finishes. Oh, she said suspiciously. Well, can you help me with these boxes before you leave? They're Doc's medical supplies. With my hands full, I looked at all 20 or so boxes. I was hoping Lauren saw in my face that I really didn't want to do it. She would never mind. She would say never mind, but she did. I was leery about acting different than normal, so I agreed to help. Come on, put all that stuff down. 4 hands will be better than two. I kept checking. Oh, don't do it. I kept checking the clock as we moved the boxes. The short distance from the foyer through the wooden doors in the office. The final destination was a supply closet. No matter what, I kept sweating. I kept sweating. Even my palms were sweating now. My heart was pounding so fast, I swore Lauren could hear it. I reassured myself I was being ridiculous. As soon as we finished, I picked up my stuff. As casually as I could, I said, All right, Lauren, I'll see you later tonight or tomorrow. Sure, thanks. See you. Outside, the cab driver, where are you headed to? For seconds, nothing could come out of my mouth. I didn't know. So a hotel, I finally said. What hotel? The Marriott in Jersey. In Jersey, that's going to cost you $35. No problem. But he still didn't move the cab. I reached into my pocket and gave him 20s to get him driving. As I looked to my right, I saw Lauren's face disappear in the window curtain behind. Oh, I think I remember what happened. Oh, y'all, hold on. It disappeared behind the curtain, but held behind her hand and dropped back into place. We pulled off. When I opened the file tucked inside the New York Times, the first thing that fell out were old newspapers old newspaper clippings. The first article I picked up had a picture of my father and our house in Long Island. The second photograph mentioned me by my name as well as my mother. Fucking bitch Souljah, I mumbled. She knew who I was all along. But the fact of the matter is, I got the last laugh. She would never be able to prove I took that money. She had too many people collecting it and no system to account for who had what. As I checked further into the file, there were letters in open envelopes and loose papers. Some letters were from Midnight to Souljah. The papers were copies of letters from Souljah to Midnight. There would be no more secrets. I was going to look through everything and read every word. Most importantly, I would soon discover, I hope, where Midnight lays his head at night. We need to a major credit card to secure registration, man. The lady said, "You don't take cash?" Yes, if you would like to pay cash, that'll be fine. It'll be $200 for the room and a $20 non-refundable deposit. Happy to shut up the Saudi rep, receptionist. I unzipped my coach bag and reached for my roll of 20s. Instead, I pulled out 2 bottles of wet and wild lip gloss and a half-eaten chocolate chip cookie. I stood staring at my own hand as if I had 6 fingers. The picture frame froze. Everything in front of my eyes stuck in the same motionless position. Lauren described her sister as the trickster, had her switch the red leather coach bag with mine. Oh! As I squatted down to check the bag, not because I had hopes that it was mine, but out of disbelief, I flipped it over and emptied the contents onto the hotel carpet. There was nothing of value in the bag. The inside stunk from the odor of 2 bottles of rubbing alcohol she had in there. She must have thrown these in at the last moment so I wouldn't notice the weight change. As every muscle of my body collapsed from the sheer stress of the situation, my butt hit the floor. The voice from the hotel woman was flying over the counter and dropping down into my ears. "Excuse me, miss, do you want the room? I'll be back," I called to her. I used my hands to sweep up all the junk and contents, except the crumbs, back into my bag. I walked away in slow motion, lifting my Nike bag off the bellhop's trolley. Oh, ha, ha. I found myself seated in the hotel bar. She shouldn't have, I mean, not that it was the right thing or whatever, but she shouldn't have helped her. Bitch, you should have just fucking left. The fuck you mean, bitch? You just jacked somebody. Why would you stop and fucking why would you sit there and fucking stop what you're doing to help this bitch with boxes? I'm sorry, y'all, but to be the little devil's advocate, I would have had to say, "Fuck you, Lauren, bitch. I got somewhere to fucking go." Fuck is you talking about? And we just would have had the time. But on the other hand, Lauren, Winter had like fucked up. I found myself seated in the hotel bar. I didn't have no thoughts because my brain was shut down or frozen or something. I didn't even know what city I was in. I was able to hold off the waiter who at first was pressuring me to buy a drink. I told him I was waiting for my boyfriend who had a room in the hotel but was running late. After 1 hour, that excuse was exhausted. So I gathered my bags, walked out the front door of the hotel. The hotel was situated off the highway. I could hear the cars passing behind the wooded area that separated the hotel from everything else. As I stepped out into the street, I looked to my left and saw nothing but trees. About a half mile up there was a traffic light. Complete silence. To my right, there were more woods. No stores, payphones, no sign that people even lived there. As the winter chill cut through my light red leather jacket, I clapped my hands together to keep them from stiffening. When you have someplace to live, you don't think about the weather too much. Facing the reality that I had nowhere to go, I realized it was me versus nature tonight. As I thought of every person I ever know, my list of who could help me out added up to almost nothing. Mm, mm. I had uh I had a brainstorm and ran back inside the hotel. I sat in the phone booth and tried desperately to remember Sterling's phone number. Calm down, don't panic, I told myself. You know what daddy says, but it was useless. When I relaxed enough to recall the number, I dialed it and got the stinking operator's voice. "This number has been changed to a non-published number." In a rage, I kicked the folding phone booth door and injured my own toe. I'm sorry. Oh, I know I ain't shit. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't shit. But talk about karma, though. I felt bad for her. I do. In the hotel bathroom, I removed my red skirt, white shirt, and stockings, pulling my jeans, polo shirt, and Clark's out of the Nike bag. I got dressed to be more comfortable for the unknown. Leaning against the mirror, I realized that not only was my diamond jewelry that daddy gave me all my money gone, but so was my box cutter. I felt naked without a weapon. I was taught that a girl, shit, bitch, I would have been on my way back to New York to go get my shit and beat that hoe up. I'm sorry. She had, Lauren, me and Lauren would have been something that night, bitch. I was taught that a girl should always have a razor switchblade, box cutter, needle, mace, or a burner for her defense. Remembering a Brooklyn specialty, I pulled out a pair of socks from my Nike bag and headed out the door. Across the street where the woods lined the outside of the highway, I filled my extra pair of socks with big, sharp rocks. Squatting down, digging in the dirt, separating the rocks, a voice in my head said, "This is it." Packing the socks in my pocketbook, I headed back to the hotel bar. There was no plan. Everything was spontaneous. I didn't know what to do now, but I would know when the time was right. In all the movies I had ever seen, the bartender is always the one with all the information. So I ordered a ginger ale to purchase the right to sit on the bar stool and talk to him. "Do you live here?" "Sure do." "It seems like a small place from the city." "It's a great town." "Teaneck, what part of Bergen County, the third richest county in the country?" "Is that right?" I acted casual and unimpressed. "We've got great shopping malls just a short way down the highway. That's where all the restaurants are. You like dancing? There are a few clubs out here, but mostly people party at the bars." "Do you have homeless people?" "What?" he responded. Ordinary question for a New Yorker, I smiled. "Our homeless live better than I do, and I work." When you live in a town where people have money, there's a lot of charity. Practically any church could point you in the right direction. "Hey, you're the most glamorous homeless person I ever saw," the baby faced white boy said. We laughed. He was just passing the time, but I was taking in everything that surrounded me. Every customer was important. I watched the opening and closing of the cash register and the woman playing the jukebox. There was an elderly woman who entered the bar about 45 minutes later. She caught my interest. She was wearing a Versace blouse, ugly but expensive earrings, and some fine slacks. As she sat down at the bar and ordered a Bloody Mary, she fumbled with her wallet and accidentally dropped some loose $20 bills on the bar top. Sorry, y'all. Excuse me. When she gathered them up and put them back inside, I saw about seven different credit cards. Her hands kept moving like she was had that shaking disease. It only took seconds to catch the pile of diamonds on her red ring finger. The slim driving shoes by Gucci with the leather patch at the heel were being wasted on her own feet. I tried to guess what she had in the Nordstrom shopping bag underneath the tissue paper. "I guess your boyfriend's a real jerk," the waiter said to me. "It's either that or he's one of the some kind of NBA player. You know, they stay here sometimes. What kind of other than a superstar would leave a beautiful girl like you in a bar alone?" All right, don't tell anyone," I teased them, gathering my stuff and waving goodbye. It was only 20 minutes later that the old lady came out into the parking lot. When she saw me emerge from behind the side, Uh, oh shit. When she saw me emerge from behind the sidewall, she was startled and placed her wrinkled hand over her heart. "I'm sorry," I said in my most pleasant voice. "It's just me from the bar." "Oh, not to worry," she chuckled nervously as she clutched her bag, zigzagging in between this car and that car. I walked behind her. She was chatting about the cold weather and how she always misplaces her car when she parks. "I do that too. But a young girl like you shouldn't have a memory problem." When she reached the Jaguar parked beside the shrubbery, I laughed. "What a coincidence. That's my car right beside yours." We both turned our back to one another. Me to get, excuse me, y'all, I keep pausing. Me to get my keys out, her to place her keys where they were already in her hand in the lock. In a split second, she didn't know what hit her. It was my stone filled sock up against her head. She withered like a flower and fell to the ground. I had 200 in cash, one credit card, the American Express Gold card, two diamond rings, two those Gucci shoes, and I was on my way. Lucky for me, I was smart enough to leave her. Excuse me. Lucky for me, I was smart enough to leave her car in that Nordstrom bag right there. I didn't run or nothing. I just walked up the pathway along the side of the woods. The bartender had told me how to get to the bus. On the damn bitch, she just fucking clocked out, old lady. On the highway home, I discharged at the Holiday Inn. It was $60 for the night, which was more reasonable for me at the time. After a long hot shower, I sat on the bed with the pillows behind me. For some reason, I couldn't settle. I could not sleep. I pulled out those letters. I would read them all. I would find out Midnight's address. Maybe I would go wherever he was. He was the only link to my past, the only free person I could trust right now. May 1993. Okay, finally, we get a date out this bitch. When I first saw you in the library at Columbia University, I assumed you were a student. I'm sure my nose itching is getting on my fucking nerves. I'm sure you didn't notice me. There were many reasons why I noticed you. One, you were reading Hadith. Secondly, you had a powerful presence. Now, this may sound odd, but I watch everything and everybody very closely. It's my way of learning to understand life and people. Most of the brothers at Columbia campus have no presence at all. In fact, it's as if they made a conscious effort to reduce themselves so no one would find them offensive, too black, or too strong. Even the brothers who are not introverted are not like men. They are like children or caricatures. They play games they should have left behind many years ago, and find it extremely difficult to focus on anything that is not of a required academic nature. So there you were, mature, black, and yes, beautiful. I didn't disturb you because you seemed perfect as you were, uninterrupted. I knew if I did not stop to say what's up or introduce myself, I might not ever see you again. After all, I'm not a Columbia student and I'm only on the campus once a week, but still I let it go. After not seeing you for a couple of weeks, I was surprised to notice you heading toward me with Phil, the Columbia student and volunteer in the children's program where I teach. When finally he introduced us, it seemed that we barely said peace to one another, yet we looked into each other's eyes, forgetting to drop hands from our initial shake. I'd be lying if I say I was surprised when Phil asked me if I could pass you my phone number. Before giving it to him, I asked him your age. He said you were 22. He volunteered like you were not a student, just a friend of his from Brooklyn. When I asked you what you do, he fumbled around for a few seconds and then said that you were a mechanic. If I came off cool when you called, my voice hit my real feelings. Inside, I felt everything shift. On a usual day, I'm so unimpressed with everything and everybody. It seems every word shared between a man and a woman has already been said, and nothing could be done that I didn't already see. And nobody means what they say anyway. So it didn't really matter. Yet as we talked, I felt my breathing intensify, a sign that I'm still alive and capable of feeling. I felt you watching as I taught my students on the day we agreed to go out after class, and you arrived early. At the cafe, after debating with you about whether there is hope for the new uprising among today's youth, the thing that stood out in my mind were your hands. On one side, they were dark and strong, long and thick. On the other side, they were soft with deep colored lines. Your nails were clean. I didn't even go so far as to say they were manicured as I noticed their dull shine. When I asked you one on one what you do for a living, you responded with me with the same silence Phil had. Seconds later, you said you were a businessman. When I pressured you, you said you owned a car service in Brooklyn. It probably was the way that you talked. You walked like you owned all of Manhattan. Excuse me, Manhattan, or the way that you talk in a masculine, slow yet steady way. Or maybe it's the way you place your hand in the middle of my back as I'm walking through a door that you're holding. So I figured an auto mechanic as a businessman with the car service were not so far apart. Besides, you even gave me your business card. Because we were both busy, I treasured the time we had after class once a week. I held on to things I wanted to discuss in politics concerning the progress of our people. I knew you will always introduce an interesting angle or an unexplored response. Besides, every now and then, I get sick of staring into blank faces of students who could care less about world events, politics, or even people they are not directly related to. So you got inside of me, not physically, but in more intimate ways. You got inside my mind, my thoughts, my spirit. When a girlfriend of one of the sisters on the campus said your name was Midnight, I told her she must be thinking and talking about the wrong guy. She described you so well, knew the car you drive, and said she heard you were involved in questionable activities. Sitting in my bedroom one night, I pulled out your business card. It listed the name of your company, BK Car Service, but nowhere on the card did it say your name, Bilal Jones. The phone number on the card was the same as your home number. When I called information, neither your name or the name of your car service was listed. I confessed that I went to the address on your business card. There was no car service. It was a mailbox place. Knowing in my subconscious that a man with such a sensual level of confidence about everything, a trait which has been erased from so many black men, had to have had some kind of tragic irony to him. I flipped through the scenes of our 2.5 month emerging friendship. Despite my sweet addiction, I have decided to end it. I'm writing you because it's easy for me this way. I cannot be deceived or seduced by the passion and strength of your voice. I cannot be persuaded by the power of your reasoning. I will not call you. I ask that you don't call me either. As this class ends this week, you will not see me anymore. I see no reason to know you to continue if you are involved in what I suspect. In fact, it makes you so typical and undesirable to me. Jerk! She turned that nigga down so eloquently, bitch. Hold on. She got all the game. bitch. I am grouchy. Soldier, bitch. Why did you fucking Sister Soldier? All a man has is his business. Without it, he has nothing. Women are confused. The same things that you love are the same things you hate. Have you ever seen an aggressive, confident man with broke pockets and no business? If you did, you would not remember him. If you remember him, you would not respect him. You could have just bounced and not said nothing. No goodbyes. You said something, so what we have between us must not really be over. If I don't see you now, I'll see you later, but I will see you. I know that's right, midnight. 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 Woo. Peace, soldier. You're always on my mind. So this is him. Even when I try to push you out, you're on my radio or somebody's television. So you're holding out on me. I'm surprised. I just knew I would hear from you. I even bet myself it would be a week or 10 days after I dropped you a line, but nothing since. So the strong girl thing isn't an illusion. You were right about one thing. Everything being said by the women I date has already been said. Everything been done. Uh, I already did. As you put it, one time when we was chilling, what's the sense of fucking an empty-headed girl? It's like fucking a hole in a wall. I know I bugged you when you said that. I know I bugged when you said, "Oh, what's the sense of fucking an empty-headed girl? It's like fucking a hole in the wall." I know I bugged you. I know I bugged when you said it. I didn't even consider it seriously. But now that it's been brought to my attention, I find myself tripping over the words we share, the thoughts we exchange, and your pretty smile. I miss you. Give a man a break. Missing you, Bilal. Peace. I reread your letter. You said you like to watch people. Oh, he's sprung. Okay. I reread your letter. You say you like to watch people. That's how you get your understanding of life. Well, I live life in these streets. That's how I get my understanding of life. The hard way, the real way, a man's way. I heard you talking about Black unity the other night on the radio. Look, Soldier, I dig you, but you're fooling yourself. Niggas ain't never going to be unified. You put all your time in organizing. What do you want from me? Can I live? Are you better than the niggas you supposed to be helping you? Are you supposed to be helping? You put yourself in a position to judge. Only God can do that. I want to see you. I know your Columbia classes start up again next week. I'm coming back to check you. Peace, midnight. Oh, midnight is sounding hard. Ooh, midnight. Bilal, dear Bilal, it's funny how the same thing a man loves is the same thing he hates. What makes me stand out? Ooh, can we get two snaps for Sister Soldier? It's funny how she is so eloquent with how she be roasting niggas, okay? But she's clowning right now. I would have said that's so different, but she goes. It's funny how the same thing a man loves is the same thing that he hates. What makes me stand out as a woman is that I have non-negotiable principles, strength and faith in my people. From the time that we shared, you seem to love that, admire it even. Now you hate it because my ways have isolated you. The truth is, you isolated yourself. I move on a vibe, a combination of what I see, think, learn, and trouble. I already did that when I was 18, 19, and 20. Now I'm 24. I learned a lot because that's what we're supposed to do. Only a complete asshole would keep repeating the same old mistakes and blaming it on someone else. Hell, we have had it. We have all had it hard. It may not seem like it, but I grew up in the projects. I lived in poverty. I didn't have no father in my house. I'm not asking for sympathy. Every Black face has a story, many times a gruesome story. But we have to get over it no matter how bad it might be. We have to recreate our families and build our communities. Mm. Rebuild our communities again. It may seem hopeless. Many something. Where there are drugs, there can be no love. There can be no family. Drugs rob every person, man, woman, and child of their beauty. Drugs turn people into animals who can only respond to instincts. Drugs are so powerful, they eradicate the God in both the taker and the giver. I have worked with prisoners incarcerated in New York, New Jersey, and North Carolina. Hundreds, thousands, and millions of drug related convictions. The contradiction, maybe I'll find out after death, is is that behind those walls seem to be the majority of Black men and increasingly women, the tall, dark, the beautiful. But how do we get men and women before they're hunted like foxes and trapped like rats and treated like ants to understand the concept of unity, working, building, and living together? It seems the Black national anthem is if it's broke, don't fix it. What do I want from you? The best you have to offer instead of the least and the easy. You're brilliant. That was my first real attraction, the power of your mind. But you lack the understanding of life that every man should have. I can assume this because you have not denied being involved with drugs. Therefore, in life, we make choices, conscious decisions to move left or right. We reap the rewards and or disasters of the choice we make. I do feel you. I feel you all the time. However, I won't see you. Don't bother to check me. Whoa. So this is him back. Yeah, bitch. He started the sentence like, oh yeah, bitch. You got midnight fucked up. Yeah, you wanted raw dog. Here it is. I try to hold back because of my respect for you. You won't see me at this point. I have nothing to lose. Men and women will never think the same. They live different lives, separate realities. Women wants love, peace, unity, and all that shit. Men are tribal. I ain't trying to save the world. I'm just trying to get my piece for my crew. That's all. That's all it's about. That's the most you can ask for. What you know about that? You want to know who I am and what I'm about and how I'm living? You want to know the truth? My name is Bilal O'Day. My mother and father and I were born in the Sudan. They raised me to understand love, honor, respect, loyalty, and family. Then my father was killed by tribalism in a war for what men want: power, control, and land. Just so you can, just so you be clear, my father was killed by black men, African men. Me and my pregnant mother came to this country when I was 7. From the minute I arrived, I had to fight. Niggas disrespecting my name, disrespecting my accent, disrespecting my clothes. While holding my ground, I got rid of my accent, my clothes, and even my name to get it. In the hood, I've been fucked up by black cops and white cops. Why? For no reason. Except the cops is a tribe and they fighting for a piece of the action as well. I got into my body working out, judo, taekwondo, and all that. I learned everything I needed to know about burners, all kinds. One afternoon, I'm walking down the staircase to get my little sister from the babysitter's house. I was late. The elevator was broke as usual. Now this big nigga around my way named Lance, a dude 3 times my size, who had banged me up more than a couple times, had my 8-year-old sister pinned against the wall with her panties down and his dick in his hands. I wonder what this motherfucker is doing because she ain't got titties, curves, or nothing yet. That's what I be wondering too. When I called out his name, he turned around and charged at me. He had the same face on that he did the last time he almost broke my jaw. So I shot him right between the eyes. That's the fuck right. That's right, midnight. Shot him right between the eyes. And it says it in that book too. He wrote on that nigga. At 14 years old, I was convicted of manslaughter and incarcerated. I didn't care about it. I didn't go to jail to give a speech. I was a prisoner. The whole time wait a minute, that didn't happen in the book. The whole time this was going on, my mother was praying, crying, being emotional, going back and forth to work 10 hours a day. You know what she wanted? The same thing you wanted: peace, unity, and happiness. But that's not what's happening on the streets. Inside, I was stomping with the big dogs, in prison with grown men due to prison overcrowding. What was going down? Tribalism, war over anything, the toilet, phones, cigarettes, space to breathe. Niggas versus niggas. Ooh, it was nigga moments everywhere. God dang. Niggas versus Ricans. Decepticons versus Bloods. Niggas versus Aryans. The Latin Kings, whatever. Everybody had a crew. My mom's came more than once a week, kept my commissary stacked. Anything I asked for, she brought it. Sneakers, gear, whatever. All she did was work and save. Point blank, she would have done anything for me. It was 7 p.m. when they came for me. 6 big grown ass men, some of the dark, beautiful motherfuckers you wrote about. I fought like a warrior, but they still left my ass ripped open. Damn! Oh, God, that's so heartbreaking. That is so heartbreaking. I fought like a warrior, but they still left my ass ripped open. 20 stitches to repair. For 6 months in addition to the pain of shitting, I'm wondering, does this mean I'm a homosexual? My soulmate said, don't worry about it. It's just an invitation. That's what they, oh my God. I'm sorry. This is hard to read. Oh, that choked me up. I don't want to fucking cry, but it's coming. Fuck, I don't want to cry. Oh my god. All my niggas in prison, you have my heart, I swear. Oh my god, that just broke my heart. He was only 14. You know what I'm saying? Get it together, girl. Okay, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Okay, don't worry about it. It's just an invitation. That's what they crew do. You fought back, you held it down. Now they look at you like a man. Easy for him to say he was getting out in one more year. I did 5.5 years. On my second year lockdown, my mother disappeared. No more letters, no more visits, no more commissary. I called home but never got an answer. Soon the number was disconnected. This is way different from Midnight Story. It's way different. She's not really connecting the books together. I'm sorry. After hassling one of the CEOs who knew the cops wanted dead, he revealed the truth to me. My mother was arrested. In a state of panic, I cried like a bitch and laughed like a madman because I knew my mother, a devout Muslim, the type who kept her head wrapped, walked with a prayer cloth, and even stopped to pray at work, never have violated any law. Upon further investigation, I found out her conviction was for transporting drugs. No matter what kind of rumors I heard about the incident, I refused to believe them. This doesn't go with the book at all. 4 years later, when I was released, the lady next door to our old apartment told me my mother was out of prison and in the hospital. I went straight to her. Son, she told me, I'm sorry. An inmate from your prison told me if I didn't bring him some drugs to the prison on my next visit to see you, they were going to hurt you again. Oh my God. They said when you come home, I would no longer have a son. I have a daughter. I didn't know what else to do. They told me if I told anyone, I'll be attending your funeral. I just needed to see your face before I die. Don't cry for me. Allah has put a place for me. I cannot live here. These are not my people. My mother died trying to tell me about my sister. As she lost her life, the words just wouldn't come out. It took me 4 weeks to find my sister. She had been adopted by a white family. The agency told me I could not see her. I could not think about getting her back until she's 18. Then only if she wants to come to me. My mother left a will in her 6 years of working and yielded a piece of money. Even from prison, she was able to keep up her life insurance payments somehow. I couldn't collect any money according to her until my sister turned 18. Damn, it was placed in a trust under my sister Effie's name. After my release, I searched for work for 6 months. The one line they gave, oh, please explain, didn't work out. How do you explain murder? It just runs people and employers away. The man who took me in when I was jobless and homeless has been like a father to me. For that, he has my eternal loyalty. In my youth, I was taught that if someone saved your life, you owe them your life. With steady work and good money in my pocket, a roof over my head, and all the things a man needs to be more than invisible in this world, I stand firm on my 2 feet. You cannot teach me to be a man about that. I'm drawn to you, Souljah. I hope you know how to take this. You remind me of my mother. There is something so pure about you, so beautiful. I respect your mind, your body, the whole package. If I could possess you, I know my mother would smile down on me. But could you think about me and you instead of the whole world? Can you think about me? Oh, I just want to hold midnight like a baby. My connection is not fucking unstable. I have the ill internet. There's no way my connection is fucking unstable. Anyway, I want to hold Midnight real close to my bosom like this and rock him like this. That's what I want to do. I just want to hold him like this. I just want to hold him. Let me hold you, baby. You need a hug. I want to hold him and make him a plate of healthy food, bitch. I want to tuck him in after he shower and hold him on my bosom, bitch. That's what I want to do. I know it sounds crazy, but I just want to hold him and rub his back like this. Like everything's gonna be all right, baby. Everything's gonna be okay. Like that's what I want to do. He said, "Can you think about me?" Of course, sugar. Girl, Midnight. Now, this her response, okay? I'm sorry about your mama. During the months we spent together, I noticed how sometimes you would be so alive and talkative, and suddenly you'll fall into a strange silence. I figured there was a very personal story behind that silence. In time, I told myself you might confide in me. It just so happens that time is not on your side. It seems you want me to care about your feelings and your family, yet and still in your line of work, you don't care about anyone's feelings or family. What makes uh what makes your mama so important when you would sell crack to someone else's mama? If I dared to love you, my mama, my family, my life would be in jeopardy. It is only a matter of time before you will pay for your wrongdoings. To every action, there is a reaction. When it comes back to you, the depth of your tragedy will be even greater than the wrong you perpetrated. How do I know? It's the law of nature. It applies to every human being. Because I love myself, my family, and have worked very hard to do the right thing in my life. I don't want to be standing next to you when the walls come tumbling down, and they will tumble. It's ironic that a young male who had so much more than some young blacks in America, a father, a country, a culture, would end up in the same low-life business that killed his mother, with the same attitude that murdered his father. So you say it's about your survival, huh? If that were true, you would have quit after you accumulated some loot. Maybe started a legit business, rescued your sister. But no, the money is in your blood. The money is your God. It's all about the Benjamins. So call it what it is. In life, people make choices. Ooh, this is before Biggie song in '93. Ooh, okay. Bars. So call it what it is. In life, people make choices. We pay for every little choice we make. You traded everyone else's life for yours. I traded my life for everyone else's. We don't belong together. Drugs is a government game, Bilal, a way to rob us of our best black men, our army. Oh, bars. Yes, oh, yes, preach, sister. A way to rob us of our best black men, our army. I'm gonna mark this right quick, dog. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mark this. So when I go on my little rants and I find my way out of my little depression, I could preach. 'Cause that was bars, y'all. I had to mark it. I had to mark it. I gotta save it. She said, because that's facts. And I talk about it on my other video. Drugs is a government game, Bilal, a way to rob us of our best. The game loses when they get you right back where we started in slavery, then they get to say, this time you did it to yourself. I won't play that game. Souljah, it's been a long time. Every man, okay. This is him writing back. She said, so that then they get to say, this time you did it to yourself. I won't play that game. And that was the end of her letter. Now, this is him writing her back. Souljah, it's been a long time. Every man moves at his own pace. I'm free to call you now on your terms. Now there is no reason you shouldn't accept my calls. So this was a period of, so it was February 1994. October. Oh, so this is over a. They have been writing over a span, I think, of almost a year. No, about 7 months. So they almost a year. They've been writing over a span of almost a year. The holiday in May woke me up. So we back to winter now. It was not her knocking at the door. It was her knocking at me, not hearing her. Then she used the keys to let herself in. My body was stretched across the bed with envelopes and papers everywhere. When my eyes opened, they attempted to adjust before I could get a clear reading on everything. She asked in the Chinese accent. You check it out or you stay one more night? Dan, what time is it? 12 checkout time. She used few words as possible. I got up, walked to the dresser, and picked up the do not disturb sign, placing it on the outside knob. I glanced over at her without speaking. She got my point. Get the fuck out. Right now, the daylight was my friend. I needed to use every minute constructively. Not wanting to sleep in the same place twice, I showered, packed up, and bounced. The bus system was easy. It stopped right in front of the Holiday Inn. It was weird riding the bus that had stops on the freeway, but it was also convenient. The mall was only a 4 mile ride. Why the fuck did you go into the mall? Seated in the food court, I put my plan together piece by piece like a puzzle. After arranging all the, I want to lose this part because I got to come back to that. Letters by dates, I realized the most recent one, Midnight Mail to Souljah, was postmarked from Silver Spring, Maryland. All the other letters have he sent her were mailed from either Brooklyn or Manhattan. After purchasing a phone card, I asked the operator how I could call information in Silver Spring. Can I have the number for Bilal O'Day? I asked. How are you spelling that? We have no such listing, ma'am. Are you sure about the spelling? I slammed the phone down. Passing the American airline ticket counter located inside the mall, I asked a woman behind the table a price to a ticket to Silver Spring, Maryland. The closest airport to Silver Spring is Baltimore. When would you like to fly, ma'am? The question was so simple yet crazy. I had never flown anywhere in my life. Now I blurted out. The airline lady laughed. You will be leaving out of Newark Airport, I presume. How far is that from here? You could take public transportation from this mall to the airport. It should take about an hour, calculating the stops and all. The earliest flight I could get you will be leaving today at 5:15 p.m., arriving in Baltimore at 7 p.m. this evening. Is this the round trip? No, one way. With excuse me, with 1 day's notice, 1 day away will be $320.97, tax included. I'll be back. I figured the bus had to be cheaper. All I had, all I had was $130 in change. I would need to. I would also need money once I arrive. The bottom line is, I need much more money regardless. I would need money to stay and money to go. If I travel to Maryland, it will probably take me a few days to track Midnight down. From the sound of Silver Springs, it was a small town. I checked the obvious places that no one could avoid: the supermarket, the barber, the mall. I even go to the post office, the party spots, and ask around. I was sure Midnight had an apartment by now, someplace that he laced with all the finer things in life. He would allow me to stay there with him. I had no doubt in my mind about that. Circumstances were different now. When he left, I had places to stay. When he left, I had places to stay, or so he believed. Now I had no one to turn to but him. Santiago needed him. Like Midnight said in his letters, a man has his loyalty. After a short shuttle bus ride, I arrived at the Greyhound ticket counter. I was given a schedule for travel to Maryland. The woman quoted a price of $5 one way, which was only $8 cheaper than the round trip ticket. Don't ask me to figure it out. Right. She might as well get the round trip ticket. Next to the playground, playground, next to the Greyhound counter was a bus line called Peter Pan. A little Mexican guy handing out coupons caught my attention to the place. $25 round trip. The old lady with the I smoke too much cigarette deep voice stated, I'll take it. I responded with no hesitation. Let me tell you now, sweetie, this ticket is a special rate. It's non refundable. I said I'll take it. I didn't know what Maryland had in store for me. I did know that in exactly 1 hour I'd be out of town. I cut across the deli and grabbed a seltzer and ordered a sandwich for the road trip. The woman said it was almost a 5 hour ride with stops included. At the magazine stand, I picked up one fashion magazine, Cosmopolitan, and a pack of butterscotch lifesavers. I don't know whether my stomach was rumbling from hunger or from the excitement I was going to see Midnight. I was falling in love all over again after reading Midnight's letters. He was right to make it clear that a man has to make his own decisions or his own choices. Handle Hunk, some type of poetic philosopher who's I'm sure that by the time he got his finger on the pulse of what was going on, he got his finger on the pulse of what's going on in Maryland. He had set up his operation and was watching it grow. I approximated about almost a year had been gone. I bet his connections were right. The bus rolled in 15 minutes early. I grabbed all my stuff to board. The driver swung the doors open as I lifted my foot to get on the driver. We're not leaving until the scheduled departure time. Aggravated, I stood outside the cold wind rather than drag all of my stuff back into the heated station. Excuse me, the noise was little, then it got a little bigger. I looked left and looked right. No one else was close by, so it had to be me. Unzipping my Nike bag, I pushed clothes every which way. Hitting on the inside of my lingerie was a beeper. Oh shit, it's Bullet. Damn, what does it to subordinate? I debated. Call him now, call him later. I gathered my bags, rushed into a station, only to find all three paid phones were occupied. Peeping a businessman with a cheap suit holding the cell, I rushed him. Excuse me, mister, can I use your phone? It's an emergency. He was walking in, but I gave him a little girl myself. Please, sir, that's my bus right there. It leaves in 5 minutes. I just need to make one call. He handed the cell phone to me. My eyes bounded from the beeper to the I think they meant to say bounce from the beeper to the phone buttons. Yeah, that makes more sense because bounded. I think that was a mistake. My eyes bounced from the beeper to the phone buttons, punching out the phone number. I pressed in and took a long deep breath. When Bullet got on the line, I had to be cool, not press. What's up, baby? I asked softly, immediately noting the aggravation in the businessman's face. Winter, happy birthday, girl. You're official now. Bullock was super happy. Oh shit, I forgot it was my birthday. Damn, life is hard, bitch, when you forget your birthday. Ooh, ooh, she in the slums. Oh, I'm laughing at all her was. I need to stop. Okay. You official now, girl. Oh shit, I forgot it was my birthday. That's a first. Thanks, I said, playing it cool. I'm coming to get you. Where you at? I'm in Jersey. What you doing all the way over there? He asked. I just came out here to do a little shopping. You know how I do it. Girl, she didn't come to do no shopping. She a whole bum. Don't let her trick you. Well, get something sexy. Last year, this time, it was all about you driving me. This year, this year, your man got everything under control. We done elevated. What you know about a birthday in Key West? Where Key West? Fuck that bus ticket, bitch. I'm on my way. Woo! No, let's see what she said. The owner of the cell phone said, Miss, I need my cell phone. Who that? Who the fuck is that? I know you ain't with no nigga. A nigga taking you shopping, that ain't nothing. Whatever he got, I could double it. Shit, I could triple it. Okay, winner. Stop fucking with them small cameras. Who that? He ain't nobody. You damn right he ain't nobody. Tell that nigga to bounce. Tell him. Bullet was all the way gone with anger, so I decided to play him. The phone owner's face grew red with anger. Bounce, nigga, I said to the white man. What? He questioned me with veins popping out of his neck. Give me my phone. The owner grabbed for his phone. Jumping back from his reach, I hollered, Bullet. I told him to bounce. Did you hear me? Good, Bullet said. But the man was demanding his phone back. Oh, what? Is he beefing? Is the nigga beefing? Tell that nigga he better be gone by the time I get there. He's a dead man. If you know what's good for you, you'll bounce before my man gets here, I told the white man. The confused phone owner warned me, I'm going to get security. I'm going to call the police. Pick me up at Nordstrom on Route 4 in Jersey, right over the George Washington Bridge. I'll be on the north side entrance. Don't worry, baby, I'm on the way. See, that's back in the day when you could call niggas and they actually pull up. Nowadays, you be waiting for a nigga 2 3 hours. But bitch, I don't do that no more. Nigga, if you don't come when you say you are, I'm blocking your ass. Done. What are you talking about? No, I'm spoiled. Okay, the fuck. Okay. But I'm just saying, I can appreciate a good nigga pulling up when he said he gonna pull up. Is all I'm trying to say. Don't worry, baby. I'm on the way. Bullet, one more thing. Where's Key West? That's Florida, baby. Don't worry about it. I followed quickly behind the irate man. I handed him his phone before he could alert the authorities, who were nowhere to be found in this little bus station. Thanks was all I said to the man with a polite half smile. Quickly, I jetted out of the bus station. I jumped into the mall shuttle, jumped out at Victoria's Secret, dropped all my last yard on some sexy line. She a stupid bitch. She gets on my nerves, right? Spending all her money on that shit. Let me tell you, she's just a stupid bitch. Well, it worked out for her, but then guess what? She got tricked the last time. So when this bitch gonna like start thinking, you know what I'm saying? You already got shit. Like, girl, stop. Then it was only $100 worth of Victoria's Secret goodies, my Nike bag and the red leather Coach bag. My mouth hung open. Then I checked myself as Bullet rolled around in a cream colored Lexus coupe. All my juices were everywhere in my body, leaked out with excitement. It took great concentration for me to not just jump out of my skin and go buck, dance naked on the hood of the car. Listen, fly cars get me cracking too, Winter. Fly cars get my coochie in, bitch. I feel you, okay? I feel you. When that nigga pulling up and he pulling up for you, bitch. Woo! And that ill shit, coochie be like dum 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 dum. That bitch wanted to hop on the video. I'm like, shake that asshole. Let me see what you got. Oh my God. She said it took great concentration for me to not jump out of my skin and go dance naked on. Oh my goodness. The warmth in the car made the winter cold seem like a crude prank. I checked out every inch of the interior, yet I knew I had to chill like I ride in one of these whips every day. My father had a car like this, but this was the new model. As my ass fit into the soft grooves of the leather seat, Bullet leaned 2 inches from my face. Where that nigga at? He raced backward into the imaginary level was nowhere to be found. You know you he said, like I was a trophy or an expensive piece of jewelry. His lips were wet, teeth white, and hair cut fresh like his barber trimmed it on the on trimmed it on the drive over here. It had been a year since I took a real good look at him. I don't know if it was his Armani leather coat or if his body was even more buff than when I last saw him. This nigga to Bullet thought he had to fight to make me his girl. I let him believe it too. Little did he know I was his when he pulled the whip around the corner. Bitch, he knew that. He said he didn't want me wearing nothing no other nigga bought. He could take care of his girl with no problem. I didn't have no arguments. After 25 a 25-minute drive, we parked the coupe in the airport park, parking lot and boarded American Airlines. We sat in the first class section with the executives, sipping champagne and listening to hits on his CD Walkman. We felt good all the way to Key West. My spidey senses is tingling, but he gave her the pager at the club and was like, but he sell dope and he's the ops. So, because they were showing that video down at the party. So now you paging her going to Key West to Florida where all the extra drugs is at. I need a snack. Hold on, y'all. Some ain't right in the buttermilk. Mm-mm. I think he's setting her up. He gonna set her up and get her guys up to be a mule. He got another bitch. It's something. And I don't remember the book. Tricked her at the party. She thought she fucked DS, but she really didn't. I didn't even remember that part. I totally forgot. Let me get me some tea. Hold on. I put my other half of tea. See, I didn't even remember that part, so I don't remember nothing now. I don't even remember she used dude's phone or nothing. That's how long it's been. I don't remember Gucci's shoes. I don't even remember that. I don't remember none of that shit. Who keep hitting me up though, for real? Oh, he playing games. I'm about to be like, boy, I'm looking for a husband. You ain't in. Mm-mm. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna bag him though. Don't you worry, bitch. I'll be on the date by the weekend. Anyway, y'all must have forgot. A bitch pulls it together. Yeah, my phone getting blown up right now. Got a few of them on the Rolodex right now. Still got a few, but it ain't no physical action or nothing like that. Um, but you know, okay, that's the prize. So there's no reason why I should be having no bad connection. You bitches are done. What are you talking about? Right here, the whoopie scoop right there, bitch. Oh, girl, I thought that was a. Oh, that's when I was hanging up my lights last time. The connection right there. How the fuck I got a bad connection? That don't make no sense. Like it don't make no sense. My shit right here. I mean, have several seats. Okay, let's get shine heat and palm trees. A dramatic departure from my life 12 hours ago. To say I was gassed would not be enough. It wasn't so much the scenery, although I seen 100 types of trees I've never seen before. It was the balls of the whole thing. This is the type of life I myself This is the type of life I saw myself having, leaving town with no permission, war limitations. This whole matter was what made Bullet so damn sexy to me at that moment. He was a man who can only react to life could never have me. A man with excuses about why he could make anything happen his way could only win pity but never respect. The airport limo delivered us to our Key West Florida visit villa, excuse me. The beach was a short walk away. The most but crisp, white, seemingly freshly painted place with the ceramic tile floors. We only explored the villa once over for about 10 minutes. Next thing I know, a driver was taking us shopping. Now, Bullet was obviously the one with money, but he didn't push hard. He asked me where I wanted to shop. He waited patiently behind me as I led the way through the most fashionable departments. When I tried things on, he sat inside the dressing room, despite the store attendant's objections, and commented on every piece of clothing I modeled. The crazy thing is, he never had nothing bad to say about anything I selected. That's it right there. That's the bomb, baby. You wearing that dress. Look at those sweet thighs, 10 perfect toes. Now, anybody seen that before? See, asking her too much. Am I still buffering? Okay, well, I hope it's not. But I feel like this nigga is setting her up for something. He set her up for real. Straight up. I don't care what nobody said. So I stretched things a little, was aware of how I stood, was stylish about undressing, and did seductive things to keep him in the palm of my hand where he appeared to be. We ate dinner in a little Cuban restaurant. It wasn't an expensive looking place. In fact, it was more like the huge kitchen. I'm sorry, y'all, excuse me, I'm being rude. A huge kitchen in his house. It didn't have a vibe like a business, but the food was mad good. I was surrounded by young Cuban waiters who served me hand and foot. More than two of the waiters were given bullet props for having a fine woman. La Morena, they called me. Boricua Morena. That's us, the black girls. Boricua Morena. I was like, oh, you sounded like a black girl. Anyway, one of the guys started talking Cuban to me or Spanish or whatever it was. He apologized when he realized I couldn't speak it and explained to Bullet that I look Cuban because of my skin, dark eyes, and hair. Unlike the jealous rage I expected to see Bullet in, he smiled, pretty teeth all exposed like the proud holder of a $50 million lotto ticket. Now, I don't know what they put in the food besides a half a pound of garlic, but they must have done some kind of voodoo on me because it made me all warm inside and real horny. My chest was warm and my titties felt bigger than normal and extra sensitive. Girl, because you ain't had no home cooked meal in a long time. I'm sorry. Mm. When the feeling of my own titties rubbing against the cloth of my shirt turned me on, I knew it was time to get back to the villa. We didn't have much to say. We understood each other. After bags were put away, he handed me a glass of champagne. We got nice. As a CD player bum, R. Kelly. I'm sorry. Bullet began to tongue me down slow and sensually. Oh, that's when I'm in trouble right there. It's always the kiss that get a bitch in trouble. Every time. Every time. He kissed me with his eyes open and kept the lights on the way. With his eyes open? What is he, a stalker or something? What? And nigga kissing you like, that's weird. Close your eyes, baby, and let me feel let me know you like it. So if she could see that he kissed her with his eyes open, then that means her eyes is open too. So they both some crazy motherfuckers just right at each other. Girl, no. Y'all both just in there staring at each other down. Girl, no. How unromantic. Oh, uh-uh. You can't trust a nigga like that. Mm-mm. He's giving me more signs that you cannot trust him. He on some shit. He on some shit. I'm telling you. He on some shit, y'all. Mm-mm. I'm gonna need some more tea in a minute. Taco ready to go. Don't start talking to me, Taco. Okay. Okay, but I tongued him back, sucking his lip and chins. He kissed me with his eyes open and kept the lights on the way I like it. I prefer it. He unfastened my hair tie and my hair fell down. He put his hands through my hair like he was tossing a salad. This is all you, he commented, because I didn't have no weave. The way he was all up in my head, if my hair would have been fake and his fingers would have been all jammed with the strings or glue or whatever. That's why I like the braids. That's why I like. That's another little reason why I like the braids, because niggas know what to expect. You feel me? So they could just be like, "Wow, wow," and then they could pull that. It ain't no. I'm telling to you too much about myself tonight, but that's part of the reason why I wear the braids. I had a boo thing that really liked the braids a lot, a lot. Anyway, both hands were exploring my shoulders and breast. He said in a low sexual voice, "You have the softest skin I ever touched." It was live to see my roughneck turn into a house cat. They still evil. Easing me out of my blouse and unstrapping my bra. Here we go with the sexing. He laid my back on the cold ceramic towel and my nipples puffed up and about, undressing me totally. The cold floor sent a sensation all over my body. He said, "Your pussy smells good," he said, as he buried his face in it and allowed two butterscotch lifesavers he had gotten from me to go inside of me while his tongue searched for them and sucked them out. By the time he found and got control of the melted candy, I had come twice. I couldn't control my shouting. Getting eaten out has always made me crazy. My moaning had him harder than the U.S. steel, so I wrestled him over and mounted him. I tried to ride him like a prize jockey, but he wanted to dominate. Seconds later, I was butt up, face down, and we doggy styled until my whole butt was filled with worms. Girl, he cream pied her. In the air conditioned villa, we sweated. Our black bodies were pressed against the white towel. As the CD played itself over again, I thought about how it couldn't be any better than this. A man, a solid man, with loot and a luscious big dick. Girl, ain't that what we all want? Say it again for the bitches down the street. A man, a solid man with loot and a luscious big dick. One more time. A man, a solid man with loot and a luscious big dick. Yes, girl. A champion pussy eater, and he was dedicated to my desire. That's what we all dream about. Uh, I waited for someone to wake me up, but no one ever did. Cause you know how the bitch be dreaming about shit like that, and she be in some horrible situation. In the morning, we went straight to the beach. My new bikini was killing every onlooker. However, there was only a sprinkle of people out this early. Bullet was trying to teach me how to swim in the warm water, clear ocean water. As I fumbled, he patiently corrected me. He tried to teach me to do the easy stuff first, like what he called the doggy paddle. He even attempted to show me how to float on my back. As my body would tense up, it would sink to the bottom. He would pull me up, holding my wet body against his chest. We were face to face. He said, "See, the reason why you can't float is because you're not relaxed in the water. The reason why you're not relaxed is because you don't trust me. You got to trust me." Boom. There's another one, another flag. There's another flag. You got to trust me. I'm not gonna let you down. I would never hurt you. He said he laid me back down and talked me into a state of relaxation. After an hour or so, I could float and doggy paddle, but I was still no swimmer. Don't worry, sexy, you'll get the hang of it. After a while, I'll teach you all the tricks. You won't be able to say I didn't teach you something your father didn't already teach you. Now he might as well hit me in the head with a brick. My body tensed up. Trying to run out of the water, I felt as though my body was going in slow motion. He caught me out on the sand a couple of feet from the water. Winter, yo, what's up? What's the matter? Why are you flipping? My anger took a jump. Damn, my anger took a jump on me and my mouth just started going. Midnight told me you was my father's enemy. That makes you my enemy. Don't even fucking mention my father. You keep his name out of your mouth. My chest was heaving in and out. My titties were easing out of my bikini top against my permission. I thought you understood business, Winter. I ain't got nothing against your father. I got mad respect for your pops. Your pops is my motherfucking hero. I, I'm trying to be a part of the world he built. I know you was part of the takeover. You think I'm stupid? I know what happened. How you know what happened when you wasn't even there? I didn't see you for months. I was there. Hell, your pops wasn't even there half the time. I was in the thick of it from the beginning to the end, a true soldier. What happened was business. It was bigger than your pops. If your pop wasn't who he was, it would have still happened. That's how big it was. Winter, I want you and me to have an understanding. I got mad love for you. Excuse me. You know how much money a nigga is losing just being out here with you for 3 days? Mad money. Now I got cats moving shit for me, but everybody know money ain't gonna be all the way straight unless you there, right on top of it, watching it. I brought you out here because I know you a classy woman, top of the line. I know you used to the best because I seen how Santiago treated you. I knew I couldn't just throw a pair of 10 karat gold earrings and take you up to the played out Poconos. I had to let you see that I know you're special. This ain't about ass. I get plenty of ass. I got bitches lined up around the corner. Flag number 4. It was at 5. Around the corner. Around the corner. It's about quality and style. It take 40 of them bitches to make one of you. They all glued together. Fake hair, fake nails, fake clothes, high mileage. Oh, I felt something. One more time, one more time. They all glued together. Hey, I'm glued together too. Well, I'm braided. Oh, but my nails, bitch, I don't give a fuck. These hoes gonna stay down. And I love my lashes. Fuck that nigga. Fake hair, fake nails, fake clothes. Oh, this real. This real, though. He made me feel some kind of way. They ain't been raised right. So they always running their mouths too much, exposing a nigga's business, bringing a nigga down. No, that's for real. You proved and tested. On a bad day, you still gonna be the finest bitch in the world. And you know what to wear and you know when to wear it. You came up here, came up in the first family. You got training. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, niggas like a bitch that's trained. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a family man. I have to be able to concentrate. I learned that watching Santiago, but her mama was like, sorry, went to hood radish. Anyway, too many bitches coming in and out. Next thing you know, your whole shit is falling apart. You dig what I'm saying? Oh, the dig. Yeah, I checked for that. I said coolly inside. I'm like, hell yeah. He gave me enough compliments to last me 6 months, but I was still curious, so I asked, so what? Not enough compliments to last you 6 months. Girl, I love that too. I love compliments. Gas me up. Okay. Take me for a ride. Um, Winter is exposing me tonight. Um, So what really happened? Shaking his head from left to right. Man, it's a complicated story. Are you saying you don't think I could follow the story? Are you saying you want me to trust you, but you don't want me to know what's happening around me? See, that's what I like. You got mad smart. See, he's gassing her. He's gassing her because he's got something up his sleeve. Bullet picked up a stick that washed up with the tide. Not only was he going to tell me a story, he was drawing a picture in the moist sand. This is me, he said, pointing to a small stick figure. No mother, no father. They was both killed. My father was killed by the police when I was 4. Damn. My mother was killed by her boyfriend when I was 6. God damn. I got 2 relatives. My half brother Bryce, who lived in DC with foster parents, and a granny. I was raised by granny from 7 years old. He did a draw my life in the sand. Oh, bully, I want to hold him too. Let me hold you, baby. Let me make you a plate. See, all they need is hugs. That's why I like the thugs. No, no, stop. Stop. Anyways, so he was raised by Granny, 7 years old, right there in the Brooklyn projects. You see Granny around our way? She's a good woman, but she got a little gambling problem. She was collecting welfare for me and blowing it at the lotto machine. Damn, Granny. After a while, she elevated to every weekend, bus trips to Atlantic City. A nigga didn't have nothing, no food, forget clothes. You saw me, you and your little girlfriends chit-chatting. At 8 years old, I started earning my own dough. Damn, at 8, I was hustling stickers. I was a lookout for rings. Now, rings had me watching the block. All I had to do was sit on the bench and clock everything and everybody. I had a Mickey Mouse watch rings gave me. I knew when everybody left and came, who worked, who didn't. I knew when people got checks, new furniture, whatever. Back when the building had buzzers, all I had to do was stand by the wall and press the buzzer to let rings know when someone was coming up into the apartment he was in. Or I pressed the buzzer to let him know 50 was on the way up. Man, a lot of people had no love for rings, including your father. Everybody considered him a thief. He was a thief. But I thank him to this day. May he rest in peace. Because nobody took time to teach me nothing. Rings did. He taught me patience. You have to have patience to sit there hour after hour, day after day. That's how I peeped you, watching you every day from the bench. You always stood out like a diamond. But Santiago protected you like a diamond. I sit right there in my fucked up clothes, snot running down my nose, unable to run upstairs to get a tissue, scared to miss a beat. I say to myself, I'm gonna get her. She's gonna be mine. Oh, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? He's giving off uh um he's giving off hints. He's been giving off hints this whole time that he's been plotting on her. Little do we know this nigga been plotting on her since he was 8. So anywho, I knew to get in your world, I have to work like a dog, scheme like a motherfucker. Hell, nobody was going to just let me get down just like that. I was already an outcast because I worked for rings. I didn't have no family, no connections. So I started to watch Santiago. He was my hero. He had the respect. There was something so smooth about that nigga. And even before he became a boss, he was like a politician, all dressed up like every day was an occasion. That's where she get it from for her father. hmm Everybody liked his way of talking. I always thought he was able to connect with with the big up whites because he was light skinned with that good hair. And nigga had that grease and water action. Then the same cops he had on the payroll doing business with him was the ones that he would beat a brown nigga like me with no mercy. Damn. Now, when Santiago connected with Captain Chula at the precinct, it pulled the heat off a lot of niggas around our way. They loved him for that. I watched the box so close, so long, I knew the police routines. I knew when a patrol car was coming around, which cop would be riding in it, when the shifts changed everything. Wait for the purple shift to change. It'll shoot and rage revenge on a rebound. Hey, that E40. I gotta stop. I could almost read the badge numbers. I watched them so close. I know who was getting payoffs, who wasn't. I mean, there may have been more cops on the payroll than I knew about, but a lot of them dudes I watched knew how it was going down. Santiago made use of most niggas in the hood. He knew how to make everybody feel good. He gave every man a purpose. Some money for their pockets, some money for their families, but some niggas he shut down, like Rings, who he had no respect for, and a few. I wonder what he did that he don't know that Rings did. But like Rings, who had no respect for, and a few of the independent dealers, and Taco, and stacking them the stick up kids. Oh, okay. So he ain't like stacking them in the stick up kids. Oh, because they was thieves, nigga. He's making money. Why the fuck you want to kick it with a thief? This nigga's balling. The fuck? There wasn't nothing they could do about it though, because he had it all hemmed up. He was making it possible for so many cats to get paid that any bad talk against him was not only bad for that person's business, it was bad for their health. Next thing you know, you might turned up disappeared. Okay, I'm sorry. You might turned up disappeared. Okay, Bullet. After a year and a half ago, right before your family left the area, the crew of the young heads, 13 to 16-year-olds, in a surprise attack, they stuck up one of your pop spots, got away with mad cheese. Word went out on the street that Santiago got stuck up by some kids. At the same time, Captain Chula retired. Oh man, it was unexpected, but that old fuck caught a stroke. Rudolph became DA. He started up some campaign about cleaning up the drugs in the hood and busting crooked cops. On the streets, the DA's office started recruiting informants. Any available two-buck nigga signed on as a snitch with Rudolph. Damn. Meanwhile, the crooked cops panicked, tried to cover up their tracks. They started supplying protection, guns, and ammunition to the young heads, even though they were still cops on Santiago's payroll. They made it appear to the DA that there was a war between the young heads and Santiago, but without police backing, the young heads couldn't have gone head up in a war with Santiago. Your pops got paranoid and started strong arming niggas. He was even twisting arms of niggas who were loyal to him, niggas who would have killed for him, niggas who would have died for him. Without Captain Chula at the helm, coordinating the cops on the inside, it was hard for Santiago to know who was who. Plus, in the shakeup, there was so too many faces. The cops started busting more of Santiago's men, but they went easy on the young heads. When Santiago moved away, your family out there to Long Island, there was no way for him to see how the pieces were moving. The pieces were moving too fast. Some of Santiago's men who got busted wasn't cool with him moving out of the hood. I bet they weren't. They looked at him like he jumped ship. With Chula out and Rudolph in, some of Santiago's other connections dried up. Even money couldn't get none of his men out. Damn. But I could dig it. Santiago had to move. Them young heads was ruthless. They was hitting whole families, players and non-players. They even 86 KK and butter. Miss Sonya's babies? Yeah. Her man got in the way, so they sent him a message. Two corpses, heads off. One 3-year-old, one 4-year-old dead. But I got to give Santiago credit. He held it down for a long time. But with the police behind the young heads, it was only a matter of time before they whipped Santiago out. Taco, stop! When the cops were with the DEA, with the cops working with the DA, applied pressure on niggas in Santiago's crew. I'm about to throw something at them. Yeah, I bet you will stop. Okay, so young kids because they was ruthless. Damn, it went down. She didn't know. Damn, they killed them babies too. Fuck. But I gotta give something. He held it down for a long time with the police on the gun because only a matter of time before they went to Santiago. When the cops working with the DA applied pressure on niggas in Santiago's crew, they started telling on each other. Once one or two started talking, there was a chorus of singers. Damn. Everybody was trying to cut a deal with the people to save their own tails. What about my mother who shot her? She caught a bad one, but these niggas who did that is dead. They said but the niggas that did that is dead. Oh, I knew Santiago handled that. I knew he handled that. Shit, you ain't gonna shoot my bitch and think you gonna live, bitch. That I like them kind of niggas. I'll ride for you. You feel me? Let me stop. I'm telling y'all too much. She caught one bad, but the niggas who did that is dead. They said that was one trigger Santiago pulled himself. Yes, Santiago. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm sorry. I just love me some Santiago. Okay. Oh, he's a smooth operator. Okay. Um, They said he was one to pull the trigger himself. So what's up now? The same fucking cops get a bigger cut of the business now than they did when Santiago ran shit. They got the young heads working on a 70-30 split their favor. That shit is crazy. Plus, they got their hands in even more areas than they did before because they was plotting on y'all's asses. That's why. And that war on drugs wasn't nothing but a war on getting their hands on a cut. That's what it was. That's the truth. Watch them fucking Rick Ross interviews. Not Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross. Watch those interviews. He is a part of all that shit. Remember when we was talking about when we did deep cover on that live? That action, bruh. That action. So the top dudes in Young Heads is now trying to squeeze out all the small niggas and young heads, the ones who did the bloody work, the dicing, the slicing, the soldiers. So niggas is breaking off trying to do their own thing. Little businesses springing up here and there, you know. And what about you? Where do you fit in the story? The young heads, that's not the name of your crew, is it? Captain Chula, that's not his real name either, is it? Bullet smiled. Damn, you smart. It was easy to figure out. Why would you tell me all this? I'm Santiago's daughter. I could tell him everything you said. Bullet hung his head between his legs and mumbled, it wouldn't matter. Santiago's finished. He's a legend, but he's out of business. He's charged with everything. He even killed 2 niggas in the pen. He'll get life 4 times over. Damn, that's heartbreaking. He hasn't been convicted of nothing yet. I defend him. So what do you want from me? I know he wants something. Watch this be exposed. He charged him with everything. He even killed 2 niggas in the pen. He'll get like 4 times over. He hasn't been convicted of nothing yet. I defend it. So what do you want from me? I asked, Bullet with tears in my eyes for my daddy. I just want to put you back where you belong on top. I just want to be your man. From when I was broke on the bench, he smiled with a seductive smile, almost as if he was popping the question. One more thing, the young kids, that's the fake name for you, Slick Kid and them, ain't it? Who, me? I'm just a lookout. Seriously, I got me a little side hustle that turned out. He a part of all that shit. He with all the shits and he saw everything. And not only that, he's with the shits. Because you remember when him, Simone, Slick Kid, and her, they got together. You know, that's their crew. Um, I got me a little side hustle that turned mad big for me. I hook up all the hip hop stars with what they need, like a private doctor who's on call. I got a couple of other businesses brewing. I'm not about to close out business with the young kids. Niggas is too shady. They always talking about we. They call us the family, but the dividends don't spread around the family like they should. They don't want to bless the real soldiers, so I'm about to relocate. Oh, and bounce on me? Never that. When we get home, you just let me know where you want to rest at. We'll get an apartment however you want it. But I got to be able to trust you. That's the main thing. I almost killed that bitch, Saria. Oh, yeah. Then in the book at the beginning, was it, It was a girl. Wasn't it the girl who lied about being pregnant and it was pregnant? She ended up getting pregnant by some other nigga because the baby came out hella ugly as fuck. And there was no way that they could deny that it was that other nigga's baby. Y'all remember that? Girl, cause he probably beat the fuck out of that bitch too. Cause niggas, hey, them street niggas will put hands on your ass real quick. I almost killed that bitch, Saria. I could have lost everything I have now, killing some lunatic bitch who lied about being pregnant with my kid. I'm on point. See, I be remembering. I don't want to chase behind no chick playing detective. You understand me? Oh, he crazy, crazy. He crazy, crazy. I checked for that, I reassured him. The next 2 days or so in Key West, Florida was more than cool. Bullet concentrated on learning me, my likes, my dislikes. He said he wasn't going to ask me about my past because he expect every woman to lie about that. She done, no matter how small it is. He made it clear over and over again, everything between us starts now today. You belong to me from here on in. I mean, I'm sorry, I know he crazy, but I love when niggas be like, I own you, bitch. I love that. You belong to me from here on in. The penalty for betrayal is death, he said. Whoa, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm scared of that. With the seriousness of a cancer disease. If I catch you lying to me about anything, no matter how small, the penalty is pain. Whoa, run, Winter, run, bitch. I don't know how he was so what he was so uptight about. His dick was good and his dollars were long. I had no reason to complain, leave, or cheat. There was only one thing that he wasn't open and straight up with. That was the only thing. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Leave or cheat. There was only one thing that wasn't open and straight up with him. I told him I needed to find out where my father was locked up at. He got quiet for a while as if he knew the spot. Then he promise with a few words as possible to help me relocate him. It can't be that hard. He's locked down. Now I thought about it a minute and decided maybe Bullet thought my father would be against us being together. I wasn't planning to tell Pops about me and Bullet. I just needed to see Pops and make sure he was straight. Stock up his commissary and let him know I'm still his number one and he's still mine. I didn't push it with Bullet. As far as me finding my father goes, it was non negotiable. Hell, Pops had put 17 years of loving and taking care of Winter. That's 16 years and 361 days more than Bullet put in. As we lay on the beach in our undies, kicking our feet up, munching popcorn, and watching old movies on a rented VCR. Ooh, that's throwback. They were watching Coolie High, y'all. Not Coolie High. How can I say goodbye to what we had? Oh, that makes me want to take some drink. Rest in peace, Nikki. The good time that made us sad. Yes. That's a good movie. Y'all know about that. Okay, it was odd to me that Bullet grew up in the same place yet had different childhoods. He was telling me grungy survival stories. My stories was mostly funny. An icy cold fell over me in the villa on our last night when we when our reminiscing revealed what was happening now in the place I used to love, Brooklyn, but wouldn't be caught alive in anymore. Damn. It was Bullet who brought Simone's name up. Yeah, that crazy bitch got pregnant. She got big as a house. She went into a hospital to have her baby and came back empty handed. Oh, remember? Because when she was chasing her, she fell. She fell on her stomach. Nobody wanted to ask me and ask what happened. As Bullet continued talking, I didn't ask him no follow-up questions on the Simone issue. It was clear that he had no idea me and her had beef. Yes, he did, bitch. You're just dumb. I don't want to get an apartment in Brooklyn, I told Bullet calmly. Oh, you too big up for Brooklyn now? Nah, nothing like that. I just ain't cool with a lot of them chicks and I don't need no static. You ain't gonna have no problems. I'm holding you down. I was thinking lower Manhattan by the water, I told him. That dirty ass water, I cut my eyes at him. It's cool if that's what you want. I could use a little hideaway with an exclusive parking space with my name on it. Yeah, a doorman, maybe a butler, some shit like that, he said. We both laughed. Driving in from the airport, Bullet headed straight to Brooklyn. Damn. She just said, where she come to Detroit for what? And she said, there you go. She said, come to Detroit, stay everywhere. Listen, I'm trying to leave the bad habits and get in the bad guys. I'm trying. I said, I'm trying. But if you know somebody, no, I'm just uh-huh. This nigga went straight to Brooklyn. As the wheels turned silently because I couldn't feel no bumps, I became angry and nervous. I told his ass I didn't want to stay in Brooklyn. When we got so close to my old spot, it was indisputable we were going. I asked softly, suppressing my emotion, what are we doing here? I want you to see where I rest at. Getting loud, I said anxiously, I already know where you rest at. Bullet smiled, look sexy, it's been a long time. I'm not in the same spot. I'm one flight up from Granny. I couldn't have her making bets with my money. He peeped my reluctance. Look, tomorrow after I handle my business, we'll go bounce to find the crib you wanted. Ain't nothing open tonight, no how. I didn't move out of the car. Oh, he laughed. Them bitches got you shook. Couldn't be. Not with the Santiago. Nah, I ain't shook. I just don't like being caught off guard. Bullet pushed the button in between the driver's seat and the emergency brake. The brown hard covering on the island separated the driver's chair from the passenger's chair and opened. You tell me what you need. Whatever it is, I got it. As I peered down into the hidden, oh shit, the hidden well, I saw a Glock, a 9mm, a 22, and a 4 pound staring right at me. Damn. Now, if this nigga can't make you feel safe, you choose what you need. I told you times have changed. Bullets said, nigga, I got all the bullets, nigga. That's why they call me Bullet, nigga. I ain't little bullet. I'm big bullets, all the bullets. Gang, gang, nigga. Stepping out of his Lexus coupe. I figured that's what I wanted is a coupe, but my mama gonna help me get a truck. I figured if I ever wanted to come back to Brooklyn, this is the way it should be in style. It was evening time for some reason, and you know somebody saw it. It's the hood. So if I ever want to come back, this is the way. It was evening time for some reason. Everything in the neighborhood looked smaller than I remember it being. I know the feeling. And maybe even a little dirtier. I saw some familiar faces, or maybe I should say they saw me. But I didn't see Natalie, Simone, none of my girls or my aunts. I wasn't surprised not to see them. People have the tendency to stay inside during the winter. Now, if it was summer, there would be more people than roaches. Crackheads were running up, begging to wash bullets. Oh, yeah, crackheads were running up begging to watch Bullets with that had collected us in the airport lot. Bullet's man popped up like he was fucking valet parking. Bullet dropped the keys in his hands and he jetted off around back. His apartment was definitely a man's place. It had the necessities, a big screen, PlayStation, CD player, sneakers, magazines, beer cans, weed, reefer roaches in the ashtrays, and a dirty bathroom, no toilet paper, ew, and nothing in the refrigerator. But it was secure, like Santiago. Bullet had a double security door with a crack slot in the outside door about excuse me 2 inches wide and 4 inches long. The metal sheet would lock the slot or it would be slid open from the inside. On the table where dinner should be eaten, there was Bullet's little chemistry laboratory. I made a note of that because Santiago would have never had it there in the open like that, even with the two metal secure doors, but Bullet was a bachelor. We wasn't in the crib 30 minutes before Bullet had to step out, all hyper like he said he couldn't wait until tomorrow to collect his shit. It was the time of the month where dumb niggas was about to be low on dough. He had to round up his boys. He tossed me the 22 and said, here, hold this. I'll be right back. Don't answer the door no matter what. Don't even fuck with the phone. When I twisted my lips at him, he responded, "It's his business. They can all wait till I come back. Till then, nobody's home." Within minutes, I heard knocking at the door. They would come, then they would go away. To drown out the sound of the knocking, I flipped on the radio, then the TV. When I remembered nobody was supposed to be home. Right, bitch. Damn, slowness. Wait, let me see what you said. Let me see what you said. Oh, gangsters, girl, I know. Like, I love them. Why am I like this? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I'm sick. Help me. I need a gangster to love me better than all the others do. Yeah, to always forgive me, ride or die with me. Oh, girl, you should see me with the thug niggas. I be so like a different girl. It's so weird. I be all stuttery and nervous. Uh, be home, I turned them both off. So she turned everything off. I started checking everything Bullet had. Don't ask me why. I just figured I had a right to. I was looking under the beds and in the closets and in the drawers. Any pieces of paper I found laying around, I read. In a matter of minutes, I found 5 Timberland boots filled with cash. One was filled with $1 bills, one with tens, one with 20s, one with 50s, one with hundreds. I put everything back the exact way. I remembered finding it. I didn't lift one bill. Tapping my nails on the table, I have been in here 1 hour and I was being tortured by boredom. Clean up, bitch. Make yourself useful. That's what you're supposed to be doing, bitch. Holding down the house. Damn, bitches act like they don't know. Anyway, another knock at the door. The knock soon turned. That let me tell you something. Whoever run across this and just don't got it, okay? When you bag your nigga, you got him. He like, yeah, you gonna be my dream, my boo. You with the stupid la 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 la. You at his crib like you're the woman. I don't give a fuck about this new age independent woman shit. I'm not with it at all. Not a tinge. Okay, bitch. You make yourself useful. Okay, you clean up. You apply beauty and cleanliness to the home. That's your job. Okay. So you should have been cleaning up, getting everything together. So then he would have had no problems putting you in the spot that you actually want to be in. Okay? Okay. Well, get it together or die. Another knock at the door. The knock soon turned into a scratch. The scratch turned into a screech. Disobeying orders because I was never one to follow. I opened the first door and stood in the darkness between the two. Placing my ear on the cold metal door, I listened for a voice. I heard what sounded like a moaning. Come on, I'm sorry. Where have you been? I need something now. The words were coming on out like a whining child. Why didn't she open the door? Does she not understand that's a crackhead? Does she understand that they could beat the shit out of her? But I just don't get her. She's so dumb sometimes. Like, I feel her, but then sometimes she's just so stupid. I slid the heavy slot back an inch. Excuse me, I had to get my cat together. Um, Slot an inch to see where the itching was from. The thin lady was hunched over, scratching the door with 2 keys. Hearing the slot open slightly, the lady raised on her tippy toes and stuck her face to the slot. She was so close I could only see her one bloodshot, tired eye. Oh, I know what part this is. Oh my God. Y'all ready? You ain't ready. Here we go. I don't know if it was the rocking on her toes or what, but small section of her face, left eye, the right eye, her nose, a piece of her hairline will fall into my 1 inch view in and out again. When she stuck her two tooth mouth to the side, I saw the scar twisted position. The 90-pound crackhead at the door was my mother. Y'all wasn't ready. Y'all wasn't ready. It was her mama, bitch. Her mama and her man, the drug dealers, though, begging for crack, bitch. I'm done. Good night. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. The crackhead was her mama. She looking at her mama. Oh, give me something. Give me something. I got this. She tried to stick a false, I got this. I tried to stick a fake gold chain in the side. With my finger, I pushed it out and slammed the metal slide. With my back against the door now, I said, what you doing here? What the fuck you doing up here? I told you to stop coming to my crib. I heard Bullet yelling in the hallway. Where you been? I've been looking for you. Where you been? I've been looking for you. You got no more credit with me, he said in a lower voice. Now get out of here. Quickly, I opened the next door, closed it gently, then turned the lock. I heard her begging, but it turned into silence when I closed the last door. Bullet stuck the key in the first door and then the second. He looked at me sitting coolly in the chair. I erased all traces from my facial expression of what I had seen. You didn't open the door, did you? No, I said with no emotion at all. He went in the kitchen, opened the cabinet, pulled out a cookie jar, and took out a vial of crack. You with me? You with me? He asked, testing my loyalty for the umpteenth time. Here, slide this out and pass it off so I can get this crackhead off my dick. So I did. Oh, Bullet, I told you. I told you. He ain't shit. He know that's her mama. He know that's her mama. He been watching them since he was 8. Now you telling your girl to give her mama some crack. Mm, 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 mm. Her mama, girl, bitch. That is so depressing. Like, is that not the saddest thing you have ever heard? This is sad, like straight up. And she slid it out there. And he probably only did it because she was there. And he felt sorry for her. Mm, mm, mm. Girl. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Oh no, honey. Hold on, let me take this out so I don't get confused. Girl, did you get what I just said? The next day, I was perched in the window at Bullet's sixth floor apartment. It was as though I was sitting on the top of the hood. I could see everything as I peeked through the blanket he used for curtains. Oh no. But no one could see me. Bullet got out early that morning. He left me the keys for the house, but I don't know why he bothered. I wasn't going anywhere until he got back. Bullet shot through the door when darkness fell. I was so vexed there was no reason to speak. Not to mention that with nothing in his refrigerator, I was starving. Ignoring my attitude, he glided across the floor, slapped me on my ass. Hey, I got something for you. When I didn't respond, he threw the money on the bed. Wrapped in rubber bands were 3 stacks of bills. 2 of the thickest stacks were all hundreds. One of the stacks was all 50s. Picking each stack up individually and flicking them from the top bill down to the bottom, I arrived at an estimate the way Daddy taught me to do. I figured there was about $20,000 here. Where the fuck did you get this? I asked, knowing full well that no crackheads were walking around with large bills. I'm a businessman, baby. I told you I make moves. Leather sofas and color TVs cost money. He smiled so sweet I gave him instantly. Sensing he broke through my wall of anger, he jumped on top of me and started kissing me all over my face. I'm sorry, girl. No. Don't do it, girl. Why am I talking about some bitch? No. Stop. um, yeah, I know how to make it hot for you, his rough, conceited ass said, and I loved it. After I got all excited about the loot, I noticed he packed it all away as if it was never thrown at me. First thing in the morning, his man pulled Bullet's legs around the corner. Handing Bullet his keys, he was so busy staring at me and my fine winter wool Uh, she had on a mini dress and a matching jacket that he missed Bullet's hand and dropped his keys in the street. As he bent down to get the keys, Bullet slapped him in the head on the way up. The next man, Bones, who was in the passenger seat, laughed that he got chumped, but Bones was staring at me too. I peeped that. We wrote, oh, so see, they're the ones that are going to tell everybody. I'm just saying. Mm, mm. Da, 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 da. We rode in the city bumper to bumper traffic. I convinced Bullet that it would be easy for him to let me get the newspapers from the stand and travel to the apartments for rent by train. He paused before he agreed and looked into my eyes like he expected to find something. He handed me a stack of dough, then snatched it back before my fingers closed. Just beat me when you find something. I'll meet you with the money. Yeah, I said, Johnny, this nigga just can't relax. It was almost 6 p.m. when I found the place. Instead of overlooking the river, it overlooked the FDR highway that was beside the river. It was located on the east side in the 30s block. There was a doorman, but no butler. The place was spacious with large windows. I knew I could freak the layout with all kinds of designs. The important factor was that the greedy man renting the apartment was easy to work with. He was the first landlord I met who understood to mind his business. He wanted cash. I wanted the keys. I figured he needed the loot to feed a nasty cocaine habit. He sniffed all the way through the 12-minute interview. Besides, the tip off his nostrils was eaten away from the drug. I had seen that effect before. Now, when he started babbling about how I could pick up the keys next week, he had to have the apartment cleaned. I threw him another $300 to get the keys on the spot. He grimaced when I told him I needed 1 hour for my boyfriend to bring me all the dough. I don't know if he was mad that he had to wait 60 minutes and or mad that I had a man. Magazines were spread out all over the living room floor in the big empty apartment. I took my time reviewing each magazine design ad, selecting an item from each ad I admired. I pieced together a collage of a one-bedroom apartment that was perfect for me. Bullock, who was out concentrating on what he described as the biggest move of his lifetime, had agreed that whatever I wanted was good for him. His only request was for me to leave the huge walk in closet for his private use. Initially, I was cool with the amount of time he spent away from home. Decorating was taking up all my time and energy, anyhow. But Bullock was slowing down my decorating with his lack of trust. Every time I wanted to purchase something, I had to wait for him to have free time to go with me to each store so he could pay the cashier directly. It was clear to me that he wasn't going to let my hands feel no dull. Half the time, I had to go to each individual store to locate whatever item I wanted. I'd keep the items on a shopping list. At the miraculous moment when Bullet had a few hours available, we pick up each thing I wanted one by one. I tried having pieces of furniture delivered. I even had to schedule that around Bullet, who didn't want no delivery man sliding around my crib while I'm not home. He even conveniently struck up a relationship with the doorman, passing him 20s and 50s for whatever favor he needed. After a while, I started to think one of the doorman's assignments was watch me come and go. I figured it would only be a matter of time before Bullet would see that I was down for whatever. Not only could I decorate the joint and order up delicious dinners for two, but I'm a businesswoman who should easily be at least half of the team. I'm gonna need you to learn how to cook anyway, but I was swift. Daddy taught me how to think my way through it and work around certain people to achieve the same results. The first thing I did was lease the apartment in my name. He handed me the money to the designated person in each transaction, but I signed off every time. As soon as we moved in, I filled out all the credit cards applications and mailed them right away. One day soon, I'll get one or two cards in the mail and use them to walk out the store with whatever I collected. If Bullet took too long to include me in his plans or left me at home with too much time to think, I could easily see myself cooking up my own little hustle. He must have been reading my mind. More than a month had passed. I completed my decorating project and had the place looking picture perfect. No one could front. Our spot was fatter than the designs in the magazine ads. Not only was everything top quality, it was elegant. A smart use of space and had flavor and attitude. I was just sitting on the white leather sofa listening to a little Mary J. Blige. His key slid in the front door earlier than usual. Busted in with speed and urgency, he picked me up and spun me around. What got you all gassed up? I'm almost there. Everything is good. Trust me. With my face close to his, I responded, should I trust you like you trust me? He busted a smile. Ha, smart tongue. Get dressed. We're going to a party. He flung open my closet and said, it's a triple date. You got to look your best. Here. He flung a box onto the sofa. Excited like I used to be when I was just a little girl. I ripped open the wrapping paper and pulled out a brand new diamond bezel lady Rolex. I started jumping up and down and pounced right on top of him. Thank you, Daddy. Head ass. It was to test her loyalty. Yes, it was. I felt like she could have went harder, but that's me. See, when you're dealing with crazy niggas, you got to do a little more. So, and I don't think she knew that. You feel me? Then he probably wouldn't have second guessed giving her some money. You feel me? So, okay, what did you call me? He asked, looking at me. I said, thanks, baby. This is the shit right here. He said, what did you call me? I said, thanks. This is the shit right here. The dinner spot was the meetup point. After all, we agreed not to bring. Oh, she had a mental a flashback. That's sad. Oh, I feel it. We agreed not to bring anybody from the old neighborhood to our apartment. That meant nobody would know where we rest, which is how it should be. The spot was called Houston's. Dimly lit, it was a restaurant on the down low. As we sat parked outside of the place, a black Benz pulled up behind us and a blue Lamborghini Jeep behind that. As I watched through the rear view mirror, I asked Bullet, are there girlfriends? Anybody I know? I doubt it. You know what to do. Don't talk too much. Is this business or pleasure? For you, it's all pleasure. Mm. They were already seated when we stepped up. We slid into the big semicircle booth and Bullet introduced everyone. Right away, a bottle of Cristal was brought to the table. I was kind of happy to meet Tiffany and Iris. It had been a long time since I kicked it with any female friends. I wasn't under the illusion that we was girls or anything, but it was important to me to hang out with females who had their own loot so I wouldn't have to deal with no jealousy and funny business. It was obviously, it was obvious that at least for tonight, they were rolling with two fat cats as well. After the order was placed, all three of the men politely excused themselves and left the table. We were left looking at each other. It seemed like nobody wanted to say nothing. So I'm the party starter, so I thought to myself, so where y'all from? I'm from DC. I'm from Virginia. I'm from DC, Tiffany said. I'm from Virginia, Iris said. The way Iris hesitated, I assumed she was lying. How about you, Tiffany? Asked me. I'm from Long Island. Lifting the bottle, I said, well, we might as well drink this. They bought it for us. We sat there, drank the whole bottle together. Then everything loosened up. I like that dress, girl. Where did you get it? That shit is banging, Iris said to me. I knew for sure she was from out of town because if she were from Brooklyn, she would have never gave me a compliment. Moreover, she definitely wouldn't have played herself by asking me where did I get it. Thanks. How many pieces you got in your head? What? Your hair. Oh, this all me, I said, gesturing by pulling my hair. They both started laughing. Yeah, we all use that same line. It looks nice though. Which one of y'all were riding the life? Which one of y'all was riding in that Lamborghini? Me, Tiffany. Is the shit comfortable? It's a lot of space in there to do whatever you want to do. It's like an army truck. Roland told me if someone was shooting at us, the bullets wouldn't even get inside. That's bullshit, Iris said. When the food came, Iris pushed her plate away. I already ate. I'm not hungry. Tiffany dipped two fries in the ketchup and said, "That's it for me." Searching through her oversized MCM pocketbook, she found her lipstick. "Let's go to the bathroom." I moved to let them out. Then I continued to sit there. Tiffany called me and just said, "Come on." I looked around the restaurant. I saw Bullet standing in between the bar and the window talking. He saw me looking but didn't say anything. I guess it will be all right, I thought. So I got up and went with them. "Irish, your titties is coming out of that bra." Tiffany helped her to adjust the straps. Everybody was touching up their hair, makeup in the bathroom, and getting all cute. Was smoking a cigarette. Then Tiffany picked up my pocketbook. I noticed she left her bag on the sink. "Tiffany, you got the wrong bag," I told her, but she kept walking toward the door. "That's your bag right there," Iris said to me, pointing to the MCM bag. "What the fuck?" I rushed Tiffany, grabbing my bag with the strap. Iris pulled out mine and pointed it directly at me. Both the wind and the words left my mouth. I couldn't talk. "Take that bag. It's for your man. Don't blow it. Somebody should have put you up on it in advance." And they bounced. In the bag, I found several guns and a small bag of coke. I'm not dumb, so I caught on. I tore a small hole in the bag and tasted it. It was a real thing. I closed it up, stepped out. When I walked out, Bullet, Bryce, and Roland were seated at the table laughing and talking like they were best friends. They started to eat their food, each of them. Tiffany and Iris slid themselves back in the booth. "Ladies, is everything okay?" My eyes shot over to Bullet. Our eyes locked into one another. He nodded slightly. "It's all good, baby. Sit down." Now I'm thinking, no, it's not all good. What I tell you? What the fuck did I say? That's right. On it. On it, doggone it. Oh, bitch, you ain't running shit past nobody. He ain't about to just take a bitch to Key. He from the hood. Okay? He not just about to take a bitch to Key West for nothing. The fuck? Now I'm thinking, no, it's not all good. This fucking bag don't match my dress. Nobody in Brooklyn rocks MCM no more. Somebody needed to tell these down south hoes that. I wanted to be in on the business, but I didn't like being the only one who didn't know what the fuck was going on. We continued to sit casually for 5 more minutes. Money on the table, a tip to the waiter, phony hugs and kisses, and we were out. When we got outside in the cool, crisp air, I thought I'd seen the feds mauling about across the street. I recognized their whole style from the takeover in my house. She should have told him. Now that I understood what was going on, I could view the entire scenario clearly. With his arm draped around me, Bullet kissed my cheek and whispered in my ear, drive, drive the car home, put the bag in my closet. He gave me a deep tongue kiss like natural while passing his keys into my hand. I walked to the car with no sign of strangeness. I started it up and pulled out slowly. When I waved goodbye, Bullock was standing talking to Bryce and Roland. The feds were focused on the men. I slipped right by. An hour later, Bullock walked in, all smiles with his arms extended. "Sexy, you did it!" Without raising up from the couch where I was seated, fully dressed in my shoes kicked off in front of me. I said, "I thought we were going to a party." He picked up his keys. By now, he was inside the walk in closet, checking behind me as usual. 3 minutes later, he came out with work tools in his hand. He talked to me while he put a new lock on the walk in closet door. "We are going to a party. Give me 5 minutes." "Oh, you ain't going to say nothing, nigga? Nothing about what?" "A little scene an hour ago. You say you wanted to be in. Now you're in. Why didn't you put me up on what was going on?" "Because the key to success is to be natural." Everything was easy. Nobody acted strange or unusual. Them fucking feds could smell you when you're nervous. He didn't want to talk about it in the crib. He didn't want to talk about it in the car either. We picked up his man and another dude named Moose. We rode to the club with the music blasting. Real love, real love. Hey, I'm searching for Real love. Hey, hey. All right. They bopping on the way to the club. We pulled around the back of the club. His man switched the driver's seat, and me, Bullet, and Moose walked through the back door straight into the VIP section. Whose party is this? I asked, but I was drowned out by the music and noise and excitement that surrounded us. Everybody in the place knew Bullet. It wasn't like Cats was excited to see him. It was like a respect thing. Oh shit, she in the club all exposed. Well anyway, I'm just saying. It was like a respect thing. They acknowledged him quietly. A few words in low tones, gave him pounds and hugs, but nobody got in his way. Asked him for VIP passes or identification or shit like that. Moose had Bullet's back so close. You think them niggas was joined at the hip. When Bullet wasn't giving somebody a pound, his his hand could be found right on my waist, resting lightly on the top of my ass. We found a small table in the corner in the dark room. After ordering drinks, Bullet relaxed a little and began to talk to me the way he felt comfortable. In a crowded room with music at the high point and Muse with his back to him facing the crowd like a gigantic black stop sign. Winter, you did good. I knew you could. I've been checking your flow. I like the way you think, the way you move. So what does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? I'm giving you a fucking compliment. How much was it worth? How much was it worth? The guns and the powder. What? $250,000? A half? You see, getting ahead of yourself. I did the setup for you to get you accustomed to shit. I could have pulled it off without you. I have plenty of times. You think you could just walk into this code? You can't. They'll see you coming like a neon purple light bulb. You gotta work your way into the shit slowly. You gotta feel everybody. She do get ahead of herself. She do. I'm just saying. They'll see you coming like a neon purple bulb light bulb. You gotta work your way into this shit slowly. You gotta feel everybody you dealing with. You gotta feel yourself. It could be the littlest shit that gives you away. An itch on your nose, a tap or tapping your feet and fingers too much, or the way your eyes move. If you do this shit enough, then you could give the appearance of being comfortable and at ease. You're natural at it. Instead of looking, smelling, and walking like a suspect. I ain't new to this, I said with mad attitude. You wasn't a player on your father's team, Winter. You think your street smarts is inherited, he laughed. Just when I opened my mouth to say something back, Moose turned and tapped Bullet. His attention was drawn away. Now I was waiting for him to finish talking to some dude. I was thinking at the same time that I just wanted to get my hands on some loot. Not for no specific reason, except I didn't like him keeping me with no more than $20 in my pocket and a few train tokens. Oh, I mean, I know what that feels like too, though. I wasn't asking for a cut of his product or profit, just a few $100s, maybe 1,000 in my pocket, so I could feel good. All right, Bullet, I'm willing to work my way in. I ain't no slouch or nothing. Oh, for a minute I thought you was unhappy. Don't your man get you everything you need? Don't I keep your hands heavy? He pointed out my new Rolex. Don't I keep the roof of your choice over your head? Name one thing you wanted that I didn't get for you. My father's address. Damn, Winter, what you need? What the fuck? What you need that I didn't get for you? What do you want? I'll get it for you. It was the second I wised up. I would never mention Santiago for Bullet again. To Bullet again. For some reason that I wasn't getting it. It was like asking about daddy was an insult to him. Now I would get to my father on my own. I wasn't training my own smarts I wasn't training my own smarts for bullets. I could find my pops and stay on point with bullet. I watched for an opening to pull it off, but this was exactly why I needed some cash flow. The wackest thing about celebrity parties is you're locked in the VIP section where nobody dances. The live party goes on outside the VIP room. But Bullet had business in here. I should have known this wasn't no fucking date we were on. By the time we was leaving, I felt stressed. Usually when I'm partying, I ain't feeling no pain. But I mean, you wanted that life. The fuck? It was, it's always business. It's always business, bitch. It's never no fun. Ever. Like, it's got to be some ill shit. And usually, from what I learned, okay, I think that's why I smelled the fucking setup when they went to the Keys. Because anytime my nigga was trying to do some lavish shit, now the nigga did buy me flowers and perfumes just randomly and, nice shit. He would just randomly pull up with really nice shit. But I smelt it because anytime niggas be doing that extra shit and they one of them niggas, they gassing you up for some other shit that you would be like, now nigga, what? Too. Except for whole stupid ass. But I'm just saying, they gassing you up to use you for something, and I felt it. So anyway, bam, bam, bam. It was going out the back door. Shit went crazy. Was going to be no day. By the time I was leaving, I felt stressed. It was going out the back door. That shit went crazy. I was walking close, but slightly in front of Bullet. Bullet was directly in front of Moose, who had his back. Some fool came walking up to me. Within seconds, I recognized him as the bodyguard who drove me home from GS's mansion. What's up, Sasha? He was directly in front of me. I stopped walking. Besides, he was about 6 foot 6'2", much taller than me and built. Do I know you? I said in a cold, flat voice. I played it off. Bullet, who was only 6 feet tall, put his hand on the cat and pushed him out of my path. You got the wrong girl, nigga. Move on. Sasha, he said again, feeling himself and testing Bullet. You don't remember me from GS's? My fucking name ain't Sasha. I tried to cut him off with my words. Money, I told you to move on, Bullet said with death in his eyes. Bullet's leather jacket swung open, revealing his arsenal. Ooh, 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 ooh. He ain't ready. Let's see what she said. Nah, he wanted to test her to see how she would move operating with his peoples, his crew. Can he how she gonna act when they was in the bathroom and shit and they passed her the coke and the guns and shit? Was she gonna be shaky flaky? Was she gonna That's why I think part of the reason why he made her drive the car too on her own is because them feds was watching this shit and they was probably hot on her ass at the same time. You feel me? Not hot on her ass, hot on his ass. And if she did act funny, flaky, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, then that would be her on her own getting caught with the shit. You feel me? So he's just plus for some reason, instead of her being a kept woman, she wanted so desperately to be in the drug game. Where really you could just really anyway. Oh my god, anyway. Da, 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 da. Pulling him in. Told you to move on. Bullet's jacket swung open. Moose stepped in and said, Here, let me talk to you a minute, pulling the bodyguard to the side. Meanwhile, Bullet's man pulled up. Me and Bullet got in the car. Bullet gave me the order. He parked on the opposite curb of the back entrance. I asked, What are we waiting for? Bullet, still heated, didn't answer. Bullet got out the car and signaled somebody. Next thing I know, he's outside talking to GS. Through the tinted window, I'm watching Bullet's back was to me. I could see directly into GS's face. It didn't look like an argument. It looked like a friendly, casual conversation. Then Bullet's knuckles was knocking on the window. I pushed the button to the window I pushed the button, the window came down. Winter. Slowly, I stuck my head out the window. I want you to meet my man GS. Without smiling or nothing, nice to meet you, and pull my head back inside. I heard Bullet say, Yeah, that's my girl. You never seen her before, have you? Oh, shit. Meanwhile, this nigga was at Sister Soldier's house every other fucking day. Nah, man, GS replied, I sighed with relief. I don't know why GS covered for me. Or maybe he was protecting his own ass. There was no way he had forgotten me. I knew that Bullet was the man, but he wasn't taking no shorts, and I got to dig him for that. Moose never got back in the car that night. We dropped Bullet's mans and went home. But see, what Moose probably found out is that them niggas did a old switcheroo on her ass, and she fucked one of the homies. So, but I would have, mm, I don't know. I would have been like that. I would have just told him, you know, that night that we was partying and you're trying to get at me, or I was trying to get at him, and I fucked the homie. That's it. Bam. Now you know. Can't nobody pull no cards on you or nothing. That's it. That's what it is. Focusing on food was never my thing. As I listened to my stomach while the next morning, I felt a desire to eat. As I held to the refrigerator door open, I couldn't decide on what I wanted. My hunger turned into nausea. My nausea turned to vomit. She's pregnant. After hurling in the toilet, look, I'm stupid. Oh, mommy. After hurling in the toilet, I laid on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a nasty taste in my mouth. 7 minutes of silence, the panic settled in. Immediately, I began pacing the bedroom floor. I ran into the kitchen to pull out the calendar. The Chinese takeout guy slid under the door. Frantically, I tried to remember the date of my last period. The problem was the numbers on the calendar didn't mean nothing to me. I couldn't match certain incidences with correct corresponding dates. When I actually thought about it harder, I tried to remember the last time I bought tampons. Lachey's face popped in my head. I remember charging her $2 for one pack at the House of Success, but I blacked all that shit out in jeans with a pajama top on under my jacket. I walked to the closest pharmacy and purchased 2 pregnancy tests. Back in the bathroom, I zoomed through the directions, placing a small cup underneath myself. I pissed on my fingers while trying to hold it. Then I pissed on the toilet. Then I pissed on the floor. Therefore, my little cup only had droplets of piss in it. I turned on the faucet to make myself able to pee again. I waited a half hour and waited and finally was able to deliver a half a cup. While I waited for the little plus or minus sign to show up, I smoked a joint to calm my nerves. 3 minutes to doomsday. It turned out positive. I was pregnant. The only thing to do now was get rid of it. Oh, wow. You should have told that nigga he would have been set, bitch. Didn't you hear all the shit he bought Saria? This is a stupid bitch. I'm sorry. The only thing to do now is get rid of it. After a short while, I remembered hearing an abortion jingle on the radio. See, they always targeting us. They want us to kill our babies. I remember hearing an abortion jingle on the radio. I couldn't recall exactly how the commercial went, but if I knew it, if I tuned in within minutes, the ad would come on. When I called, they gave me the location. You see how slick Sister dropped that knowledge in right quick? Did you see that? I seen it. I found that jewel, bitch. When I called, they gave me the location of the nearest clinic, a quick shower, and I was dressing on my way. Now, this nigga told you that if you was a lying ass bitch, the price was paying. This is one of the times, Winter, that you are supposed to talk to your man. It seems to me like you don't understand. Yeah, because they did the switcheroo. She thought she fucked the rapper, but it was dark. She actually fucked the homie. I think there's a lag here. But it was a cloudy morning. Girls were jammed like sardines into the clinic. Oh my god. As I surveyed the room, it wasn't hard to figure the girls whose stomachs were not poking out yet were sure to abort after looking at the obviously pregnant idiots who decided to keep their babies. Oh wow. One big pregnant girl had dark purple circles underneath her eyes. I saw stretch marks on knees, arms, titty tops, and even on her elbow. Damn. Some girls were balding from their condition. I even saw swollen hands, noses, and feet. One girl's ankles were so fat it looked like elephantitis. Ooh. Mm-mm. She had her big tree trunk legs propped up on not one but two chairs. Meanwhile, others didn't even have nowhere to sit. Now, minutes of talking to convince her I needed to be scheduled to abort tomorrow. Would you want to be responsible for pushing me over the 3 month line? Now, would you? I challenged her. Back at the apartment, I was seated in the kitchen. Fractured picture frames flashed through my head. I traced the baby back to the boom. He was either him or GS's asshole bodyguard. Oh, is that what you was talking about? You think it's the homies, baby? All right. Cause didn't she fuck that nigga a couple days before she stole the fucking money? It could be either his or his. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Mm, mm, mm. I wish it was either him or GS's asshole bodyguard. I wish it was bullets. I knew it wasn't because I was too far along. Oh man. I remember the first time me and him fucked because it was on my birthday. Images merged as I made comparisons in my mind. Boom had silky hair, Bullet had naps. Hold on, wait. Oh, the nigga that she fucked with her and Lauren. And she roasted that nigga like that's it. Like, cause he was talking all that smooth shit. Like he was hella fine, hella sexy. And he was acting like, ooh, he laid a pipe, ooh, he laid a pipe. And then boom boom. And she's like, that's why they call your motherfucking ass boom. So why she fucking all these niggas with no rubbers though? Let's talk about that. You fuck this nigga Boom. You fuck this nigga GS's bodyguard. You fucking this nigga Bullet. Who else you fucking without rubbers, bitch? Like, girl, I'm gonna need you to girl. Mm-mm. Just raw ass coochie. I'm surprised she ain't got BB or some shit. The clap or chlamydia or something. Uh-uh. 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 Boom had silky hair, Bullets had naps in the Caesar cup. Boom is yellow, Bullet is brown. Boom has hazel eyes, Bullet has brown eyes. If it was Bullet's baby, he would marry me, give me the whole world, the whole 9 yards, but it's Boom's or the other guys. There was no way to be sure I couldn't front it off. So I get it scraped out first thing tomorrow. Oh, that's disgusting. She said, I'll get it scraped out tomorrow. Girl, what you been doing all day, Bullet Suspicion asked. Nothing. Did you go out? No. How come you didn't pick up the phone when I called? I was probably in the incinerator emptying the garbage. Why didn't you page me? You usually page me. I turned it around on him. I did page you, he said, staring me dead in the eyes. I didn't get no beat. Then you must have been off on the subway. That's the only way you didn't get my beat. I got up, pulled my pager off my side, and said, oh, damn, I need a new battery. Bullet spent the rest of the night in the walk in closet with the door closed and locked. This nigga's a mad scientist. The 11 a.m. train to the clinic. Why didn't she just say, yeah, I went to the store? Like, girl, you're whack. She can't even lie right. She's stupid. I'm sorry. And she fucking niggas wrong. You dumb. The 11 a.m. train to the clinic was packed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about what was happening to me. I mean, Bullet didn't come to bed before I went to sleep, even though this gave me the opportunity to clip 300 from his coat, which he left draped over the chair. I was nervous. He didn't kiss me before he left. I didn't even hear him make a sound before he bounced. Would I be able to conceal the abortion without leaving a clue? She should have just acted like she was on her period or something. These thoughts converted into new thoughts when my eyes caught the front. And, 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 dumb. He pays the fucking doorman. He pays the doorman. Duh, dummy. That's why he wasn't fucking with you. Duh. You should have been like, I went to the store. You should have had some little money. You know what I'm saying? If you gon' do it, bitch, okay, with a suspicious ass nigga, then you should have went like took some dough, brought some shit back from the store, and then that way, if he talked to the doorman because he asked. So then you could be like, oh, I went to the store, la 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 la. Like you're stupid. Eh. These thoughts converted into new thoughts when my eyes caught the front page of the New York Daily News. The man in the trench coat sitting right across from me was reading the paper. He had it held up with both hands in front of his face. It wasn't the headline or the picture in the front. It was the bold line typed across the top of the paper. Rap star bodyguard found dead. My bullet is a murderer. Mm, mm-mm. My eyes locked in on the sentence. I read it over and over again. Immediately, I got up. I started walking slowly through the moving, packed train car, looking left to right. I knew someone would have left a daily news on the train after being done with it. When the train paused for a stop, some people got out. That's when I got my hands on the paper. As I suspected, there was the face of the asshole from the other night, Tony GS's bodyguard. It was a picture I guess came from his high school days. He looked younger with a doofy smile. His full name was right underneath the photo. I never knew his name was Critton. Rap star GS lost friend and bodyguard Tony Creighton, 22, who was gunned down with 3 bullets to the head. Police don't know the time of the incident. The body was discovered yesterday afternoon in a vacant lot located on Girl. This nigga crazy. This nigga said the price is paying. Winter, bitch. Winter, bitch. You might need to move. This nigga killed your baby father, bitch. Then they have the mother of the bodyguard saying he was such a good boy. He volunteered to feed the homeless on holidays. Blah blah blah. People always talk this shit like after somebody dies. Everybody gets together and starts lying about how the motherfucker was all this and that. He wasn't no saint, but his ass was laying up in that bed pretending to be GS that night. Fuck him. I was only concerned about one thing, myself. Oh God. This abortion shit had to go smooth. I didn't want Bullet coming after me. I could get this behind me. It wasn't like I cheated on Bullet or nothing. This happened before me and him hooked up. Why didn't you just tell that nigga? Girl, she stole $300 from him. Girl, like, you got to keep it real, win, lose, or draw. The niggas will appreciate that. They'll be mad at you. They'll hate your guts. But then once they see how true you are, then they'll be like, all right, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. That's what they're gonna do. But at least he know you're not a fucking liar. You feel what I'm saying? Like at the worst of times is when you be the most honest. That's all. Bitches are dumb. I'm just saying. I just don't get it. I feel like, especially with the kind of niggas that I like, they already got to deal with that shit all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? So when they come at home to the woman they laying up, they sleeping, closing their eyes and resting with, you know what I'm saying? You got to be on point because they need somewhere to you supposed to be their peace. You know what I'm saying? And you was fucking with other niggas before that. That nigga knows what kind of bitch you are, duh. He might have even would have said, um, keep the baby, will play the role, or he might have just gave you the money to get the abortion. But then at least, y'all would have been on the same page. You feel what I'm saying? But you lied. So now it's over for your ass. I was only concerned about one thing myself. This abortion shit had to go smooth. I didn't want Bullet coming after me. I could get this behind me. It wasn't like I cheated or nothing. This happened before me and him hooked up. But it didn't matter. I knew that. I just needed to get rid of it and give him no reason to suspect me of nothing. I mean, me and Bullet just clicked together. We were thick like that, business and lovers. As soon as I got to the clinic, the nurse started asking me stupid questions. Did you come here alone? Why you got a problem? I think you got a driver or public transportation. Answer the questions, please, miss. I took the train. Okay, you'll need to take this pill. She handed me a big pill with one of those small white paper cups. The kind that are only good for one drink before they crumble. Once the procedure is completed, you'll probably feel disoriented. You cannot drive a car. You should really have a companion with you in case you don't feel well and need assistance getting home. Is there anyone you can call to pick me up? Yeah, I have a ride coming for me. She could read my chart. She would read my chart, then look back at me. Good, you're 18. You'll need to sign this piece of paper. Um, After they got my promise to sue if they actually killed me on the operating table, I gave them $300. The doctor came in. It was a man. He held my hand while someone gave me an injection. You may taste a salty solution in your mouth. It's okay. Then the vacuum, oh my God, then the machine roared. It sounded like a vacuum cleaner. What seemed like only minutes later, the machine stopped. In my head, I heard a voice of the girl from the waiting room yesterday. One, two, three, over. First, everyone left the room. The nurse came in, began stuffing big pads in my middle, the kind I would never choose to wear. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like Pampers, I mean, diapers or something. This is to absorb the bleeding. If the heavy bleeding doesn't stop by tomorrow, call us immediately. But you should not have bloody spots. She handed me another pill in a paper cut. This is to help stop the infection. She handed me, oh my God, envelope with 6 more pills in it. Take these 3 times a day for 2 days. Do not bathe. Do not engage in sexual activity for the next 4 weeks to avoid infection. You need time to heal. She left me alone in the small room. I was fine until I got down from the table and stood up. The stuff in the room was moving around like I was in space. It was hard for me to stand straight. I looked at my Rolex and the number started to float off the face. The nurse busted back in the room as I was crouched over, trying to pull my pants up. Let me help you. Do you feel dizzy? Oh my God. I'm so sorry, y'all. This Oh my God. This happens to some people. You don't need to worry. You will need to lie down. Has someone arrived to pick you up? No. Just as I thought. She escorted me to a different small room with a small basic bed. She helped me to lie down. Without notice, I slept. About 2 hours later, I felt the hand on my shoulder. You could go now. It should be okay. We need to use this bed for another patient right now. I felt so much better. Everything was steady. I headed home. A moment of silence for the baby. A moment of silence. Cause my coochie hurt right now, bitch. Oh no. Mm-mm. No, ma'am, that's gross. Oh my God, she vacuumed the baby out. That just sounds. I don't know. Abortions make my whole body tingle with grossness. Like, oh, girl. Oh. Woo. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it. At the apartment, I ate and slept. When I woke up, I left out to go to the drugstore. I purchased some pads for a heavy duty fall. I cleaned everything up. I checked to and rechecked to make sure the apartment had no trace of nothing that happened today or yesterday. As I sat at the kitchen table, I felt down low. I didn't know why. It was like something was pulling me down, making me feel deep depression. Because you killed your baby, bitch, and your baby father got murdered. That's why. I didn't know why. It was like something pulling me down, making me feel it was something I couldn't control. The lower I felt, the more I thought of daddy. The more I thought of daddy, the lower I felt. Tears started running down my face. I picked up the phone. Excuse me, can I have the number for Rikers Island? Thank you. Prisoner information, please. Yes, my father, Ricky Santiago, was incarcerated at your facility almost a year ago. I came to visit him and was told he was shipped out. Is there any way I can find where they sent him? No, I don't have his prison number. Yes, I'll hold. He's on Rikers Island, but the corrections officer told me they moved him out. Oh, they moved him to another building. 23-hour lockup. Can he have visitors? Non contact twice a week for 1 hour only tomorrow. I couldn't believe it. My pop was at Rikers Island all along. The fucking fake cop lied to me. Bullet knew. I knew he knew. The problem is he didn't want me to know. I said I would find out myself. I will visit daddy tomorrow. Nothing and nobody would stop me. Bullet came through the door quietly that night. I was up. How you doing, baby? I greeted him with a hug. Joey said you went out yesterday for 3 hours. Joey who? Downstairs, the fucking doorman, ding dong. I told the bitch. I told her she wasn't listening. like she could hear me or something. You know his name. Why the hell he all in my business? Where were you? Looking me dead in my eyes. I went shopping. What did you buy? I didn't see nothing I like. Are you lying to me? I told you to never lie to me. I went window shopping. It wasn't nothing. I was gonna ask you for some money. I just went to look at a few things. Why did you say you didn't go out? I don't know. It was stupid. I don't know. It won't happen again. I couldn't arrange my words fast enough. Bullet had me off guard. What won't happen again? You won't go out again? No, I'm saying I'll let you know if I'm going out and where I'm going. A dick suck cures everything. So I unfastened Bullet's belt, dropped to my knees, and went to work. I centered myself so he could see my lips sucking and pulling, so he could see my tongue. Girl, and then right there, dum dum, you should have been like, I'm sucking your dick because I'm on my period. I went to go get some pads. Like, girl, she's so slow. He needed to know he was the boss. I had no problem with that. When I saw his mouth open wide, a look of pain covered his face, but I knew it was just the ecstasy of him busting in my mouth. He got down on the floor with me and we talked. Baby, you're fucking up my head, he said in the soft tone, the anger removed from his voice. When you fuck up my head, you fuck up my business. I can't let nobody fuck up my business. I ain't doing nothing, but it's all about you and me. That's it. You think I'm leaving this good dick alone? You crazy. This dick is good, ain't it? It's the best. Would you die for me? Baby, I lie for you, ride for you, die for you. But if I die for you, I couldn't have no more of this good dick. I laughed, feeding his ego. I would be like, why are you asking me to die? No, no. Would you die for me? No. I'll live for you. I'll live forever for you. White boy, you really ride or die. They so uh girl. I needed to shift him off of thinking I did something I didn't do. He rolled on his side with another hard on. He began to undo my pants. I'm on my period. I said, try not to panic. I went over to lick his balls again. He pulled my head up and said, a nigga wants pussy. This is my pussy, right? A little blood ain't gonna hurt this big dick. Oh, oh, ah, oh my God. He's fucking aborted coochie. Oh my God. This is sick. I don't want to see this. I don't want to read the scene. I don't want to read the scene. A little blood. Oh my God. How can I describe the feeling? It wasn't pleasure. It wasn't pain. It was nothing like a dick plunging into an ocean. But still, I conjured up some moans for him. Girl, girl. That is disgusting. Okay. I grabbed the Tech 9 out of the small drawer in the dresser next to the bed. It was early morning. There were more crazy noises coming out of the living room. If somebody besides Bullet was in there, they was about to catch a bad one. As I yanked open the bedroom door, standing behind it with the tech, I heard growling, not human noises, but like an animal. Walking backward, I stepped away from the door. I heard running, barking, and then growling. Then I heard chains buckling. Motherfucking Bullet had two Rottweilers in our no pets allowed building. vicious looking, no nonsense killer dogs with a chain that allowed them to roam the entire length of the apartment and kitchen and 2 feet into our bedroom. And she, Bullet, Bullet, I yelled at him, are you home? What the hell's going on? But he wasn't there. This nigga put 2 dogs in front of the door. Bitch, I bet you ain't going nowhere today. Oh, oh, Bully, you crazy, crazy. That nigga crazy, crazy. Oh my God. He wasn't there. I sat on the bed with the tech debating. The fucking dogs sat and stared as they needed was one miracle to pop the chain and they would eat my ass alive. I used the bedroom phone to page Bullet. Minutes later, he called back. What's up, baby? Talk fast. What's up with those fucking dogs? My bitches? Yeah, your bitches. Them some loyal bitches. They do whatever I tell them to do. I tell them to sit, they sit. I tell them to stay, they stay. Are you loyal, Winter? Oh, you got them right. I'm loyal and I'm ready to blast your bitches to pieces. That would be dumb. You would draw attention to yourself, cops, neighbors, and the whole nine. The barking dogs is going to draw attention. I tried to reason with him. If you don't bother them, they won't bark. Just close the door and stay put. You crazy, I told him without hostility. Yeah, your pussy smelled funny yesterday. Click. Oh! Girl, I don't know what you done got yourself into. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, girl, but this is fucking me up. I was vexed that I couldn't get out to see Pops. If I missed the one, and he probably star 69 her calls. You're a little dumb dumb. I was vexed I couldn't get out to see Pops. If I miss the 1 hour visit today, I won't be able to visit for another 4 days. You better wait 4 days. By evening time, that was the least of my worries. I couldn't leave the bedroom, so I couldn't eat. All I had was a bag of Lorna Doone cookies that Bullet had been eating in our bedroom last night. The hungrier I got, the hungrier the dogs got. By midnight, they were growling, and so was I. My stomach was roaring, and the pills that the nurse had given me was wrecking on me on a damn near empty belly. At night, Bullet never came in. In the morning, I paged him, but he didn't call back. My mouth was dry from the Lorna Doone cookies. I started drinking tap water out of the bathroom in our bedroom. For 2 nights and 3 mornings, I was held hostage by the dog. I'm sorry, hun. I would have had to blast them fucking dogs. I'm sorry. I would have been looking for a silencer or something. I would have climbed out of somebody's window. Bitch, you would have had me fucked up. I'm sorry. Finally, Bullet came in with somebody else. I could hear them talking. I listened as he fed the dogs before feeding me. He didn't even open the bedroom door to look in on me first. I wasn't going to open the bedroom door. I was too mad and too weak. A half hour later, the bedroom door opened. He stood in the entrance with a big smile, the same smile that I found so seductive. Oh, shit. That nigga crazy, crazy for real. Where are those dogs? Was the first thing I asked. I sent Joy to walk them. What was Joy doing up here? Someone had to clean up the dog shit. I'm hungry. Oh, so you remember who feeds you? Bitch. Did you hear what the nigga said? Did you hear? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. I don't give a fuck. I'm finishing this book. It's juicy. He said, so you remember who feeds you? Oh! I never forgot. Good. Bullet carried me off the bed and into the kitchen. He had 2 big breakfast takeout orders ready for me and a large container of orange juice. I ate without a word. Get dressed. Take a walk with me. Bullet demanded as I was learning not to resist him. I followed his instructions. When we reached the lobby, Bullet untied the killer wolves, Rottweilers, from the outside black gate where the frightened but greedy doorman Joy watched from a distance. We walked with the dogs who, in Bullet's presence, somehow turned friendly. Two-faced bitches. I gotta make a run. I'm taking you with me. I smile because I like to travel, but when I thought about my father and how it's been too long since I've seen him, that's right. If I leave you here, I don't know what you'll get into. I know if I was the next nigga, I'll be willing to die trying to talk to your fine ass. Now I could leave you with the dogs, he said, petting them like they were pups. But I get the feeling you don't like them. You know, I got a kennel full of these babies. They sell for $850 each. I train them in the basement in Brooklyn. They sell like crack. They just cost more. I thought you was gonna bounce from Brooklyn, I reminded him. I am, but I'm gonna flow from their real I am, but I'm gonna flow from their real natural. No one would notice. I'll just get in my car one day and pull away from the curb and never come back. No moving trucks, nothing. No one will know the difference for a while. I'm sure there'll be some hoes left crying at the curb when you leave. I don't fuck with them low class bitches. All your girls is all fucked up. Fucked in, fucked out, he laughed. Brooklyn got new hoes coming up. Now all the old bitches is fighting them. Whatever. So where are we traveling to? Baltimore. What you know about that? He said, peering into my eyes again. I think he need a different kind of bitch because that ain't it. I'm just saying. Uh, this is too much before bed. It is, girl. What you know about that? So not a damn thing. And why you had a bus ticket to Maryland in your coat pocket when I first picked you up? Damn, I forgot all about that. I had that ticket, as you can see. I never went. Where was you going? I don't know where. I lied. Why you be lying so much, Winter? She do. She a lying ass bitch. What? I sought to arrange my defense in my own head. You was probably gonna check that nigga Midnight from Santiago's crew. Oh, see, bitch, that's why you gotta keep it real, bitch. This nigga, no, girl. She's making me mad. You probably gonna check that nigga Midnight from Santiago's crew. He was talking casually and exploding bombs all at the same time. Yes. How you figure that? I played it off. Don't play dumb. I never forget a face. It could cost me my life. I never liked Cat. He was too quiet. Never knew what he was thinking. I watched how he moved. When Santiago's empire started crumbling, that cat just started scaling his own shit. I know some cats who ran up in his spot. They said that nigga didn't have nothing, just a mattress on the floor, a sheet, a toothbrush, and a fucking candle. I mean, no jewels, no in the place, no money, nothing. Dude didn't even have a phone. It was like he knew they was coming. And the whole team. He was the only one who walks away free and standing. Cat said he was clean, not a fed, snitch, nothing. He had to pull all that dough he stacked somewhere. Anyway, my niggas down in Baltimore area keep an eye on him for me, but he ain't nothing popping with him. He ain't pushing no weight. Why you telling me this? As I asked, as if I didn't care. In case you got any ideas about the trip, the man don't have what it takes to keep you. I don't want him. Yeah, whatever. So check this out. Let me tell you how we're gonna do this. A lot of cats roll south a lot of cats roll south in Ben's. Okay, so I'm gonna rearrange that sentence. A lot of cats in the South roll Benz's, Lexuses, and BMWs. They got the tent rims, music blasting, car full of niggas. They getting pulled over by the cops, point blank. Police search their car. They end up doing 10, 15, 20 years. We're going to think smart. First, we're going to rent a car. You'll get it with your credit card. I don't have no credit card yet. It came in the mail for you the other day. I was holding it for you. We'll play the part. Oh my, see, you see this bitch? Do you see how many lies this bitch just told in this one paragraph? Like, girl, like she's a dumb dumb. That's why he using her. He about to set her up on some ill shit. I could feel it coming. She could have been a kept woman. She don't even recognize. She don't even recognize. He said that came for you in the mail. I didn't have no credit cards. You see how he just paid her dust? He know what kind of bitch she is. Um, I was holding it for you. We'll play the part. I'll dress up, slacks, shoes, dresser. You'll rock a conservative dress. We'll play something on the radio like Light FM. What difference does it make what station plays? I could swear the fucking police got some kind of nigga radar. If they hear you bumping hip hop, you get pulled over. If we get pulled over, we'll both tell the same story. We're in the church. We're on our way to a revival. We sing in the choir. You're fucking crazy. I'm dead serious. You got to rehearse the small stuff. They'll catch you on a technicality. I got a bunch of those close call stories. I know how this shit works. Are you scared? I'm not afraid of nothing. I told him the truth. Good. Keep it natural. Girl, she's a stupid bitch. Now I'm starting not to like her. I'm not like that bitch. I keeps it a buck 50 too. Cause I dealt with crazy niggas just in case some shit popped up. And for the kind of niggas that I fucked with, in case a nigga try to pull something on a nigga, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing more fucking embarrassing. I learned it from an old pimp, bitch. I'm gonna just keep it real because a woman represents a man. So if you out here being a fraudulent ass, lying ass bitch, then and some shit come up, then that's your ass, bitch. Girl, stop. At the apartment, Bullet made a few calls and finalized arrangements. He came out of his walk-in closet with three teddy bears. In the bedroom, he told me what to wear. I changed. He did up like a Sunday school teacher in a suit. Me, him, the dogs, and the teddy bears headed to the rental spot in his car. At the spot, he pointed out a lady standing in front with a big pink sweater on. He told me to go in, use my credit card and her driver's license. She's the driver, you're the payee. But who the hell is she and where did she come from? She's just a chick from around the way who doesn't mind doing me a favor. I looked at him, then looked back at her. She was homely, so I said, okay. He probably still fucked. I mean, let's keep it real. I said, okay. He told me to ask for an infant car seat. We rented a Buick a Buick family car. That's what I'm gonna just say. The rent a wreck people were just so happy to have a customer. After a while, I understood why Bullet had involved the chick. She was 26 years old. They had all kind of discounts for people over 25. It seemed he had thought of everything. See what I'm saying? You see what the fuck I'm saying? He pay attention to all those details. When that nigga was telling his life story, she should have peeped that shit. She should have peeped that shit. And then how he was just pulling those compliments. He been watching her since he was 8. They 18. This nigga you're a case study, bitch. This nigga been studying you for a decade, bitch. She drove the rental out of the place. I hopped back in the Lex. She followed us. Now where are we going? Brooklyn. I gotta have the Lex to my man for safekeeping. She's going home. She'll drive the rental to Brooklyn. Me and you, we gotta drop the dogs. We almost done, right? Oh man. We gotta drop the dogs. Then we hop in the rental and be out. Phyllis saw how skeptical I was looking going to Brooklyn. You want to hold the burner? When we get there, I told him something wasn't right. You know how you just get that feeling as we turned onto our old Brooklyn neighborhood block at midday afternoon. It was crowded with fire trucks and emergency vehicles. Maybe we ought to turn around and come back when the commotion dies. I mentioned to Bullet. It's a 4-hour drive to Baltimore. We got to make good time. We pulled up to a parking space. Donna, the chick with the pink sweater, pulled up and parked behind us. She got out and knocked on the driver's side of the car. She handed Bullet the rental keys. She stood crouched over the window like she was expecting something. He stepped out the car. I was watching that bitch like a hawk. I saw him slide her a yard. Then she bounced. Bullet reached back in the car and grabbed the dogs. I'll be right back. He was going to drop off the dogs. Aren't you forgetting something? I asked him, looked dead in his eyes. What? Oh yeah, he leaned in, oh, opened the special compartment and passed me the 22. Keep the doors locked, he ordered. 10 seconds after. Damn, did he leave the keys in the car? Oh, man. Something's fishy, bitch. He keep the doors locked. He ordered 10 seconds after he left. A white guy in a car pulled up alongside us. Fire marshal, you're going to have to move this car. I smiled pleasantly, but agreed. That my stomach was like a butterfly cage. I threw the gun under the driver's seat. Then I opened the door, walked out to the driver's side, used the key to ignition, and started the car on exactly the opposite side of the curb. I parked through the tinted window. I sat and watched as the courtyard filled with people filing out of the building. The way everything was positioned on an angle, I couldn't get a full view of what was happening. But I saw the smoke. I saw the long water hose running from the fire truck through the courtyard and toward the building. Now my eyes like a zoom lens. I'm trying to check faces in the crowd so I could be on offense instead of the defense. Shame and disgust are the only things I could describe my state of mind as I spotted Mama in the crowd. She was wearing a purple hot pants in the winter and a red t-shirt, run over Reeboks, and carrying a dirty yellow crochet bag. She was bumping into people in the crowd, pushing them out the way the whole time. Oh my God. Staring at the ground, looking for loose change or a vial the way crackheads do. Oh no, I hope she don't come over here. She should have. Bitch, why did you? Oh my God, she gets on my nerves. 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 Oh no, I hope she doesn't come over here. I thought to myself, but she did. When she saw Bullet's leg, she scuttled right over. She knocked on the window. When she didn't get no response, she started mashing her face against the window to if see if anyone was inside. By now, I'm curled up like a snail, trying to get as close to the floor as possible. When I got to the window passenger side, she pressed her face against the window and she saw me. My baby Winter, is that you? Come out here, girl. When I didn't move, she demanded like she was in charge. Mato Santiago, this is your mother speaking. Get out of that car. With my legs tired of being jammed, I crawled back into the seat but couldn't open the door but wouldn't open the door. Oh, I know. I got something for you. She started digging in the dirty yellow bag. I'm thinking there ain't shit in that bag I want. Just then I saw a Bullet walking back toward the car. His stride was rhythmic like a leopard. He looked real important in his suit. He was moving swift but trying to keep it natural, as he would say. When he recognized my mother, he yelled from a distance, "Hey, move away from the car." Just then my mother pulled out some dirty envelopes out of her bag. She had a big smile on her face like she was very pleased with herself. Winter, these are letters to you from your father. I've been holding them for you. I didn't know if I would ever see you again. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is so fucking sad. I felt a shockwave shoot through my body at that split second. Those letters just became the most important thing in my life. Just as Bullet arrived at the door, I jumped out to get the letters. She don't want that shit. He swatted my mother like to the side like she was a fly. I want those letters, Bullet. My father wrote those letters to me. You can't keep me from having them. He saw the fire in my eyes. Bullet, what you got for me? What you got for me? My mother hopped around like a 3-year old, wanting a lollipop. I don't want nothing for you, he growled at her. I don't got nothing for you. Come on, Bullet. We're friends. We're friends. Tell Winter we're friends. Give me the letters. I stepped up and extended my hand to my mother. She pulled her arm, securing the letters behind her back, teasing me. You want the letters? She wants the letters. What y'all got for me? You look good, Winter. You look like you got a whole lot of money. Do you owe me money? What do you got for me? My mother saying. Oh, shit. I lunged at her. She fell on the ground. I fell on top of her. I grabbed the envelopes out of her weak fingers, clenched into a fist. Bullet lifted my body off the ground into the air. Get into the rental. From the look in his face, I knew to follow his instructions. I didn't care because I had the letters. He threw a $10 bill on the ground and told my mama, go get what? Ooh, a $10 grant. God damn, hold on. $10 on the ground to get what she needs somewhere else. She picked it up and disappeared as fast as she came. Bullet placed the teddy bears in the back seat of the rental next to the infant car seat. Don't fucking move, he threatened me. I saw him signal to his man was standing over the car watching the firefighters put out the fire. His man got in the car. He probably started the damn fire. Just his man got in the driver's side of the Lexus. Bullet leaned in the passenger door. He put all his guns from the compartment in the carry bag. He walked back and threw the bag in the trunk of the rental. As he returned to the driver's side of the rental, I asked him, "Did you get the 22? It's under the driver's seat." His man was pulling off. Bullet trotted in his church suit behind the car to catch up with them. Yo, hold up, hold up. I didn't even have time to turn my head a little bit. A brick came crashing through the window of the passenger side of the rental. You stupid bitch, you have the nerve to bring your ass back around here? The car door swung open. Simone charged in. With her heavy hands surrounding my neck, her weight was holding me down on the front seat. Oh shit, bitch! I started throwing mad punches, swinging at her face, punching her in the eyes to get her off balance. The car was rocking. People started gathering around the car cheering. I could hear people walking on top of the car roof. The whole time, me and Simone was still thumping. I bit her. She tore open the top of my dress. Next thing I know, we both fell out the car into the street. We was wrestling. I was using my knee to kick her in the belly. Laid on the ground, she reached her big arm toward the gutter and grabbed a dirty bottle. I tried to shake it out of her hand, but she was a big buffalo. She broke the bottle. I caught flashes of the faces in the crowd that now had us pinned in. I saw nasty little Natalie sitting there egging Simone on. Cut the bitch, cut her. She told Simone. Uh, Simone kept coming at me. I was lighter on my feet, so I ducked and dodged. For a second, I looked up. I saw Bullet coming through the crowd with the gun in his hand. Just seeing him got me feeling pumped. Now I had superpowers, but Simone took advantage of that split second. When I looked away, her big arm came swinging down, slicing a 7-inch gash across my side of my face. Oh no! 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 Oh, no, 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 no. I felt my face open up. I grabbed my hand and blood was all over my fingers. My face felt hot. It was surrounded with heat. Bullet shot the gun in the air. Everybody started running. Even Simone bounced. Some bold people stood right there and kept watching. Oh, baby Bullet said when he saw my face in the blood, he let me to the rental. He sat me in the car. For seconds, he just kept saying, damn, damn, damn. Then whoop, whoop, police sirens. I could see the red lights bouncing in the rear view mirror as the police ripped down the street. Bullet closed the passenger door and ran around the driver to drive the car. Suckers in the crowd pointed our car to the police. That wasn't as shocking as me as Bullet walked past the driver's side, past the car onto the sidewalk and down the street like he had nothing to do with it. I opened my door on the side, tried to get out, but the cops was up on me. Oh my God! Oh, 2,555 days later, I checked the calendar on my wall. I had 2,920 days left to serve on a mandatory 15-year prison sentence. But this particular day was special. What made this day special was simply because, oh my God, she got locked with all the shit. He She got her face sliced and he left her with everything. Guns, drugs, everything. Now she in prison on a mandatory 15-year prison sentence. But this particular day was special. What made this day special was simply that it would be different than the rest. In 15 minutes, I will be walking out of the cell, down the corridor, and out of the doors to attend my mother's funeral. She had died suddenly, whatever that means, because she was dying all along. Some type of blood clot to the brain. And since mothers are important, I was about to enjoy the only legitimate method of leaving this institution before a prisoner's time is served. Of course, I would be chained at the feet and wrists. I would be escorted around like a preschooler. I would be returned to the cell within hours. Then the routine would resume. But at the age of 25, in the 21st century, a small trip to the graveyard was about as much excitement as I was going to get. Because I was going to get a few hours outside of these walls, I was like a superstar. Everybody in here wanted to me to be sure to tell them everything and everybody I saw outside as soon as I returned. Other than that, people's relatives, there was no real way for us to know what was going on outside. Even relatives were hard to come by. Who really wants to take an almost 8-hour trek out this joint, which damn near sits in Canada? Oh man. In my 7 years served, I received one visit. I had to work several hustles to keep my commissary in livable condition. Then, of course, there were always the suckers who could be shook down if things got too bleak. Fighting didn't mean nothing to me now. There was no nervousness or nothing. I just did whatever was necessary. There ain't no special clothes or fashion in here. When I first came, I tried to make myself stand out the way I always did. But after a while, you'd figure, what the fuck for? You can't even get no dick. I don't want pussy. There's no one to impress here except those broke down broads. Every now and then I do hair for cigarettes or stamps or cookies. Most of the time I keep my own hair braided. It's so long that bitches get jealous. I have to braid it, then roll it up and tuck the ends under just not to have extra beef. But me, Natalie, Zakia, Shantae, and a bunch of Brooklyn girls got a crew up in here. Damn, her same crew. We got a little name for ourselves. Even Simone's trying to be down with us for her own protection. She's finally stopped blaming me for the death of her daughter, or at least she puts up a good front. But that's how it goes in here. There's all kinds of strange alliances. Damn, I would never fuck with that whore bitch. Everybody got drug related charges stemming from their own little situation. But we wasn't. Oh my God, this is fucking depressing. I'm gonna need a drink after this, bitch. No, for real. The girlfriends, girl, this is depressing as fuck. Straight up. Everybody got drug related charges from their own little situation, but we wasn't nothing but the girlfriends to niggas moving way. Mm, mm-mm. Sometimes we be playing cards and listening to the radio, and it's almost like we at home. I got enough family and friends on the inside. That's why I don't get no visit. Everybody's already here. As far as mail goes, I get letters from Santiago. That's it. We just always gonna be close like that. I still got the letters from the wild day in Brooklyn. That day would plays over and over in my head. I calculated about 263 what ifs. What if I had done this? What if I had done that? What really blew my mind was finally reading Santiago's letters while I was in the holding cell that night of my arrest. He admitted killing two dudes in prison. Both of them was my mother's brothers who used to work for him. He broke it down so I could understand it. He had a justifiable hatred for weak men. Said there was nothing worse than a snitch. He told me he knew he was never coming home. He was right. It turned out he got 2 consecutive life sentences. No chance parole. That's oh God. That I don't know why that it just makes me so fucking sad. Uh, the crazy shit is he gave me Dolce Trezamente's phone number in those letters. He told me to call her because he didn't want any more money wasted on his trial. He instructed her that I would be calling. She was to meet me and hand me over $50,000. There was only one condition. I had to get my mother I had to get my mother and place her in a rehab. That's what he wanted midnight to take care of. After collecting the money, I had promised to take care of my mom's after she came out of the rehab, but I wasn't supposed to mention to Dolce what I was to do with the cash. I called that bitch Dolce collect from jail. Once she found out I was incarcerated, she changed her phone number and never passed off the money. That hoe was living lovely. If she was supposed to give me $50,000, imagine how much she had stashed for herself. That's neither here nor there. So all that time she was avoiding her mama, she really should have hit found her mom, and she would have got blessed with that 50 racks because her mom Dukes would have had a letter. You feel me? But instead of she was dissing her mom Dukes and she was embarrassed because she was like a full blown crackhead. Mm-mm-mm. There's neither here nor there. I don't even think of getting out. I take one day at a time. The 8 years I have left, I cross out each day as I survive it. I know I'm not guaranteed to see the next day or the outside ever again. It's not like I miss anybody other than Daddy anyway. Two guards came to get me. Santiago, let's go. Keep it moving. I walked on the right side of the corridor, the inside of the white line, the way we were trained to do. They took me into a room I had been in hundreds of times before. I stripped naked. Naked was nothing to me. I done seen thousands of breasts and hundreds of asses by this time. It was almost the same as seeing somebody fully clothed. In the beginning, I would try to cover myself up, but surprise searches in the middle of the night would have 60 chicks standing side by side, butt naked, then squatting for rectal inspection. We were naked in the wall of shower, naked in the beam, naked, 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 naked. It means nothing. Dressed in the jail jumpsuit and an army jacket, with an officer in front of me and an officer in the back of me. I proceeded down the hallway and out of the series of automated doors. My prison number was checked and rechecked at each checkpoint as if they didn't know who I was already. Hell, I'm in here every day. Once outside of the building, I was placed in a van with the bars in the windows and driven across the facility field where snipers and officers were stationed every couple of yards 24 hours a day. When we passed the last checkpoint, my way of breathing changed. It might be hard to believe, but the prison air is different. There's like 1,000 people sucking on the same little piece of fresh air until it turns stale. Then all you suck in is recycled oxygen and bad breath. In the van, I could feel the breeze. I could even smell the trees, the sap, and the flowers in the spring air as we drove down the road, headed to the airport. I stuck my face up against the window bars. The sun in my face was a luxury. Because of the way my cell was situated in the building, I rarely got any sunlight. The airplane offered more magazine selections than we are entitled to inside. The officers who pretty much know my style were relaxed. They had no reason not to be. I was chained to my airline seat. I peeped people trying to glance over at me. It wasn't easy for them to get a good view because I was seated in the middle chair in between two guards. I looked right back at them though. I was checking out shoes, watches, jewelry, dresses, just so I could tell the girls on the inside what's up. When food time came, I got filled up on the aroma alone. Three choices were offered. That's two more choices than I'm used to having. My nose was so keen now, I knew what they were serving before the stewardess read off the selections. When we got to the city, I was placed in a prison vehicle. New York street sounds brought back memories of so many things, mostly memories of freedom. Being able to go to the store, movies, getting fucked in a parked car by the river or in the grass or on the back of the stairs. Ooh, she a whole virgin now again. My eyes checked the cars, the updated series and models. I noticed new hairdos, new buildings that weren't there before. As I rode in the back of one of those prison vehicles, the car with the metal gate separated the officers from the convicts. I saw people looking. It seemed like they were wondering what I did. I wanted to tell them nothing. I didn't do shit. I'm doing 15 years for having a bad attitude. That's what it boils down to. Sure, I rented a car that was being used to transport guns and cocaine, but they wasn't my drugs. They wasn't my guns. But since I was sitting in the car I rented with the stuff concealed inside the teddy bears in the back seat, they considered me guilty. I'm a conspirator for renting the apartment me and Bullet lived in. I'm a conspirator because the guns discovered had bodies on them. People I didn't kill. Some of them I didn't even know. Now you tell me, how can I be involved in a conspiracy when nobody else involved in the conspiracy was convicted of nothing? They wanted Bullet, but I wouldn't help them. The name Santiago, we don't snitch. Besides, even if I was a rat, it wouldn't matter. That nigga Bullet had it all figured out. His name wasn't on nothing. I told you. I told you. I told you. I fucking told you guys. I told you guys. What did I say? We going to Key West, baby girl. No, no. Yeah. No. What she said? That nigga Bullet had it all figured out. His name wasn't on nothing. He wasn't caught doing nothing. Joey the doorman disappeared before the cops could get to him. There was nobody to testify against him about shit. He probably took that nigga and let all his dogs eat his ass up. That's the end of Joey. When Natalie got sent up here 1 year after me for just riding in the car with a nigga with contraband, she told me to the deal with Bullet. Now he has a bootleg tape business. He got all the rappers shook, be stealing their music and selling it on the streets before the record companies could. He got a legit record store that he sells the tapes out of, and he's paid out the ass. The graveyard was located in Queens. When we pulled up, all I could see were the backs of about four men as we came into close range. Oh my gosh. I saw that three of the men were armed and wearing bulletproof vests. The two officers with me greeted the three officers with Santiago, my father, who I had not laid eyes on in 8 years. As soon as he turned to greet me, the tears came gushing out of my eyes. After so many years with no tears at all, I couldn't stop them from falling. Santiago gestured slightly that he wanted to hug me, but his hands were chained and so were mine. "What's up, baby girl?" he asked in a low tone. There was no privacy. Any emotion shared here was a group thing. We're being watched like a motion picture. "Hey, daddy," I whispered. Oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all. There's nothing like a dad, man. Ooh, that got me a little bit. I am not gonna cry, bitch. You got me. Okay, that got me a little. That got me. Yesterday was my dad's birthday, so anyway. "Hey, daddy," I whispered, admiring how handsome he still looked. His tall frame still sturdy, filled out and masculine. "You're beautiful," he said, looking into my face in a concentrated way. I cried more because I knew how hideous the scar on my face was. I had stopped bothering with the mirror about 5 years ago. "Even with the scar," he added, as if he could read my thoughts, "you're still the prettiest girl in the world." Oh my God! Santiago! Oh, that's my dad. This is being my dad. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that touched somewhere deep. Okay. Okay, that got me. The old white priest cleared his throat. All six of us, me, Daddy, the guard, stepped up to the open casket to take the last look of Mama we would ever have. When Santiago looked in, he broke down. He broke down so bad, he fell to his knees. Who's that? Who's that in the box? That's not my wife. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. Sorry, y'all, my crybaby ass. That's not my wife. Okay. The guards wanted him to stand back up, but Bo Daddy and me try to collect ourselves. Seconds later, some more people wandered over to where we were. We didn't know them. We assumed they were looking for another pot. As two of the guards moved to inquire, words were exchanged and they followed them to pass our way. For the first time in many years, I became self conscious. I felt ugly. I wanted to fix myself. I wanted to rip off these clothes and tear out these braids and comb my hair or something. It was midnight. He was tall, black, and regal. He looked more amazing than I remember him being. Instantly, I felt jealous of the women with him. Shit, y'all. This is so fucking sad. Instantly, I felt jealous. It was a piece of me that was dead that was somehow coming to life again. My eyes locked in on their faces for immediate comparison. It's funny, the girls' faces were familiar, but I could not place them. Then an alarm went off within me. Lexi and Mercedes, the twins, my sisters, they had been at least 15 years old now. They were so soft and delicate and different. Their eyes were different. Oh my God, this is super sad. Midnight approached Santiago first. He hugged him, which the guards allowed. Then he presented Lexi and Mercedes like they were strangers in an initial meeting. They talked to Daddy in a formal way, not like daughters. They spoke to me with sympathy and distance in their voices. Everything that needed to be said was not being said. Midnight did most of the talking. Like old times, he reported to Santiago on the status of things. It was about Santiago's daughters. I turned away from them. I didn't want Midnight looking at me. Just as the priest started going through the motions, a big black 600 series Mercedes Benz with black tinted windows pulled up on the pavement. It had been moving at a high speed, so it stopped with an abrupt jerk, alarming the guards who had already assumed the shooting position. They called out for a person to identify themselves, but the music coming from the vehicle was so loud. I was sure people inside could not hear anything. As soon as the door opened, a model type girl straight out of the pages of a high fashion magazine stepped out of the car, dressed in white Versace slinky dress, odd color for a funeral, a white Dolce and Gabbana leather stilettos. She was obviously paid out the ass. I still couldn't see her face behind the glasses. Stepping carefully on the new soft spring grass, she came right over to me. What's up, Winter? She smiled wide and pulled off her glasses. It was Portia, my sister. She came along, pushing a whip. It would take the U.S. president's salary to pay. She hugged me. She kissed Daddy. She waved at midnight, Lexi, Mercedes, and the two women with them. She stepped up and looked in my mother's coffin for 3 seconds. She stepped back, grabbed my arm, and leaned inward to talk privately with me. The guard signaled for her to back up. Damn, she screamed on the guard. Can I talk to my own sister without you being all up my ass? So they let her talk. I couldn't believe how she chumped them. I wanted to come and check you, girl, but you was just too far away. Tell me what you need, whatever it is, I can get it for you. Whose fucking whip is that? I asked Amaze. Buster's. I raised my eyebrows like, who that? It's a long story. She said, waving her hand in the air like it was nothing. What's up with Lexi and Mercedes? I asked her to almost whisper. Midnight adopted them. They all religious and whatnot. They be wanting to tell somebody how they live their own motherfucking life. That's his wife right there. She ain't all that. I look better than she do. She's just like her sister. I look better than she do, bitch. That part. They was like, yes, bitch, facts. Who's the other girl? She's his sister. They live out in Maryland. Midnight owns a barbershop. Can you believe it? She said. So what do you do? Where do you live now? Oh, I do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We over here by the Central Park in Manhattan. We who? Me and Buster, she said, like I should have known. Oh, now I took a good look at Portia. She was perfect. Her hair was perfect. Her legs were perfect. Her clothes were perfect. But I wanted to warn her about certain things in life. Usually I'm not at a loss for words, but I didn't feel good to tell her what I really thought. I knew that she would think, Winter, you're just saying that because you're in jail. Winter, you're just saying that because you're old. Winter, you're just saying that because you're ugly. Winter, you're just saying that because you're jealous. So instead of saying what I had learned, what was the tip on the tip of my tongue, I said nothing at all. Hell, I'm not in the meddling in other people's business. I definitely won't be making no speeches. Fuck it. She'll learn for herself. That's the way it is. Yeah, that's the end of this book. That's the end, y'all. That's the end. Oh man. That is so sad. Oh my god, I've been on here 5 hours. Girl, I gotta go. But let's just talk. 5 hours? Damn, it's about to be 5 hours. It's almost 11. Damn, I didn't even know it was 11. I didn't even eat. I better not eat this late. I'm trying to lose weight. Girl, this shit is sad, depressing. She didn't even teach her sister no game. This was exciting. This was good. I couldn't stop reading. This was great. Bravo, Souljah. Bravo. Damn. Her mama died. She ended up in prison. I just feel like, how do I feel? I feel a lot right now. My heart breaks for Santiago. My heart breaks for that whole family. It looks like the cycle continues with Portia. The twins got God bless the twins because they was just so young and didn't know. Um, but God bless the twins at midnight. Um, oh, how sad, how so sad. Her mother just went from this amazing, beautiful woman, but I think when she lost everything, she didn't know how to combat it with any life skills. She didn't have any experience in anything. You know what I'm saying? And I think she lost all her children. She lost the twins. She lost Portia. Winter was off ripping and running, doing her own thing. You know, her husband gone forever. The hand that feeded her, you know what I'm saying? The hand that feeded her, clothed her, protected her, okay, taught her shit. Her whole everything, her world was stripped away. She turned to drugs and literally turned into a fucking bald headed, fucked up crackhead, man. And people don't turn to drugs for no reason. So her life was just destroyed. And then Winter's life was destroyed because She was living high off the back of the life that her father provided, thinking that that's what it was, and it actually fucking wasn't. And she ended up fucking with the ops. I just feel like her situation might have turned out a little better if she wasn't a lying ass bitch. But then I feel like if you knew this nigga wasn't, she was just so thirsty. Oh, I just got a revelation. When she was at that airport or Greyhound station, that was like a crossroads. And what rings in my head is Souljah saying we make choices in our lives, and those choices are like a result of, you know what I'm saying? Every action has a reaction, and I feel like that was a crossroad. I felt like if she actually went to go see him and just would have ignored that page, then maybe he could have put her on to something. Maybe she could have seen her sisters. Maybe it would have had a turned out different. You see what I'm saying? But she chose to chase after that lifestyle. Um, and it didn't bring her shit but prison. That's it. She was 18, so she didn't get out till she was 32. The best years of your life is your fucking 20s. Period. The end. And I made some bad choices, man. Real talk. But I'm just saying, at least I got to make those choices and live and learn. You see what I'm saying? But damn, man, I guess I'm blessed. I think those prayers that my mama and my dad and my family put up for me actually protected me, because that I could, well, I wasn't in, well, yeah, yeah, I could have ended up the same fucking way or fucking dead, you know. I think that was a crossroads right there where she could have answered the page or went to see Midnight. And you see how that nigga Bullet knew it? You know what I'm saying? You see how that nigga Bullet knew? He set that bitch up for the fucking kill and left her in the fucking dust, man. Yo, that's why I don't want to be fucking with no gangsters, drug dealers, and none of that shit. I mean, I love them. I do. Lord knows I do. But I think what women like myself in winter are attracted to, right? Because I ain't gonna lie, I love them kind of niggas and shit like that. But I could never be with another drug dealer again. I could never be with another hustler again. I could never do it again because of the consequences. It's not fun anymore. You know, you get to a point where it's just not fucking fun. You know, all my exes are in fucking prison right now. Like literally, one in there for life. He think it's a game. It's not. And you know, I think that damn, maybe she could have had a different chance. But that nigga, he plotted on her. He was one of them scrubby bum ass kids that they was roasting because he was stinky and didn't dress good. And he sat there and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna show you bitches." And he did. Oh, did he? And I don't know. It just gets to that lifestyle, just gets to a point where, I mean, you get exhausted by it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, I was fortunate enough and blessed enough to get to the other side of things. And I got, like I always say, I got to live two lifestyles, two lives, two lifetimes in one life. You know what I'm saying? And I hope I get to live a third one. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, that's fucking a sad ass book. Like I read this book. This is the third time I read this book. When I read this book, man, I swear I had the same mindset as Winter. In my 20s, I was extra had the same mindset as Winter because I was just like, oh man, that nigga fucked up. Woo, woo, woo. But this nigga didn't. If this nigga that, right? Blaming other people for my participation and fucked up shit, right? But now, as a grown woman in her 30s that done been there, done that, and is on the other side, I could see all the jewels Sister Souljah dropped in this book. I could really see, like, I can actually see the message. That's why I be going over these old movies and books, because they were trying to tell, like New Jack City. People watch it because they think it's a good drug dealer movie, but it's a jewel. It's a big ass diamond that they were trying to teach us as kids. Like, this is not cool. Don't fuck with it. But it got glorified in a different way. People wasn't listening with their ears. They wasn't even in the beginning of the song of the movie with. And I feel like that soundtrack is the soundtrack to this book, because it's the same time, it's the same exact scenario, it's the same city, it's the same. This is like if Nino Brown had fucking kids, right? In this book, right? Here it is. They start off ill, they're balling in the mix. 17 fucking years of fucking balling ass drug dealing. You know what I'm saying? How many years I got? How long was my run? My run was 8 years. My little run was 8 years, but I wasn't selling drugs. So 17 years of having the block, feeding the block, police DA in your pocket, everybody eating off you. You know what I'm saying? Eating off your moves. And then in a split second, it's just gone off of one bad fucking decision. Gone. Then your wife get blasted. Then everything is snatched away. God damn. And then, and then fucking goddamn, I keep wanting to call her New York. They live in New York. Her name ain't New York. Winter. She just couldn't. She was too busy. She was pride. It was her pride that was blocking her true blessings. Here it is. She's not knowing, not fully aware that the reason why Sister Souljah knows all these rappers is because she made music herself. She's not even realizing the blessings that was sent before her. She got to be mentor and be up under the likes of Sister Souljah and a fucking black woman doctor, bitch. It don't get no more blessings than that. I don't even know how to say it. It don't get no more awesomer than that. Like, how, you know what I'm saying? She didn't seize that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like Rashida from the House of Success was like that story where the guy was like, I was asking, God, can you help me? And then he sends somebody with a boat, and then he sends somebody with this, and he sends somebody with that, and then they fucking die, and then God is like, God, why didn't you help me? Bitch, I sent 3 motherfuckers to help you. I feel like that was Rashida. I feel like that was Rashida. I feel like that was um Souljah. I feel like that was the doctor. I feel like that was Lauren. And I feel like, and did you notice every time she did fuck shit, her karma came back hella immediate? Her karma was hella immediately. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Um, I don't know. Like, it's just ill. That's fucking ill. And then, just the sequence of events. I feel like if she wasn't such a fucking liar, her life would have turned out better. But she was just a lying ass motherfucker. The whole story, even when she was with her father. You know what I'm saying? Her actions affected her family as well. When she thought she was just sneaking out in her mama's Benz, those action affected her father's business, because here it is, this nigga who supposed to be the man, his ops got his daughter on the fucking TV, butt naked, kicking it with the ops. This nigga Bullet have been plotting on them for long. Like, think about what this nigga said in the Key West. He said, "This me, I'm Bullet. He don't got, this nigga cold as ice. He don't got no family. He got a granny that wouldn't even barely feed him because of the gambling problem." This is the shit that he admitted to her, but she wasn't paying attention. She thinks she's street smart, but she's not. She remind me of my little sister. That's why we don't get along. I'm gonna tell you what it is, and I'm bringing it back. like like they hella suburban, but they think they know hella shit just because they see a couple gangster movies or been around a couple gangsters in their life, right? But really don't know a motherfucking thing. Can't peep shit for nothing. They can't peep shit. They can't even peep the shit that they stepped in. Is what I'm struggling to say, right? So while her father said, "Don't take your black ass to Brooklyn," okay? Please enjoy this beautiful life I'm presenting in front of you. She's not getting it because there's a whole fucking war going on. And it's not like, what, he gonna sit down and tell you all this shit? No, girl. You feel me? You're a 16-year-old kid, right? And I feel like her mama got some of the blame too, because her mom was just a hot ass spoiled bitch. And she wasn't keeping her kids on point. Them motherfuckers should have been in school some goddamn where. You know what I'm saying? Her mama wasn't on point. All her mother did was get dressed and bullshit and party. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I just feel like her mama wasn't up to par. And when she got together and took her mama's bins and they went to Brooklyn stunting in front and then all that shit, right? That was another part of the setup. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they like what and then and then and then think about this. Natalie, she back in Brooklyn. She's watching all this shit going on, right? And ain't no telling how she was thinking and manipulating and putting shit together too. And ain't no telling about her big ass mouth how she was running it down on Bullet in the whole nine, because you remember her nigga wanted to fuck her too. Her dude wanted to fuck what was trying to fuck her. You remember they almost fought off in the restaurant. Girl, this is ill. I don't think she's seen the warning signs. I don't think she's seen anything. But I don't know. This book is, as a grown woman running it back, I could see everything now because I've been there, done that, ran that life, done that. You know what I'm saying? And I would suggest, if you got any sisters, nieces, cousins, anything in your life that is on that path, I think that you should introduce this book to them, and not just introduce the book to them like, girl, this book good. I would challenge them that I would challenge them and say, yo, tell me what. I would ask the questions after they read the book. I would be like, yo, what did you know what I'm saying? What did you get from this? How do you feel about winter? How you feel about this and that? I wouldn't start preaching. I would just gain what their thought process is and then learn them of what they need to know. You know what I'm saying? Man, this book hood classic, man. I'm so glad I traded with that girl at work. Now, we're gonna start Never Die Alone. We could probably do this in one ooh wop the wop. I don't see why we can't. I mean, it's 175 pages. We're gonna start this joint tomorrow. If I do half, I'll probably do half Thursday and half, well, Friday. Oh, I gotta go Mother's Day shopping. We got to start it next week. Damn, I wanted to get this over with. Chicken in the box, the box. Uh, I think I'll go Mother's Day shopping on Friday then, because it ain't like I got to get much. I'm on this little diet, so we'll do this tomorrow. I'll probably just do half. Well, I'm trying to get that out the way because I get my groceries on Fridays. We might have to do this next week. If I could squeeze it in, I'll let you know. I'll put y'all on notice with this one on Instagram. Look out for this one on the gram. And I'm gonna get this playlist together for the coldest winter ever. Then that way you could just listen to it chapter 1 through 19. We read 15 through 19 today. So yeah, I'm gonna do it next week because we could knock this out in 2 days and do the movie at the same damn time. 170 some pages, 160 some pages, girl. Yeah, we gonna eat this book up. It ain't shit. So and then do the movie all at the same time because this is a good lesson as well, just like this one, and it's a street book. So we're gonna be like, oh, damn, and it's gonna be all that in this book. I might even do Horse Son because I don't know. So yeah, I might need to start another YouTube for the books alone, so y'all can kind of get to know this side of me. Um, where's the movie? The movie is Never Die Alone. You remember that DMX movie? The movie DMX did. We're reading this book to pay homage to DMX and his passing because he was the star in the movie Never Die Alone, which is about a guy named King David who was a drug dealer who went back to New York, I think to I forgot the reason why he went back to New York. But I know he ended up going to California for something. I can't remember. I haven't read this book in a long ass time either, but I bought this specifically for DMX because I read this book like I don't reading. I read this book off in high school, and then I saw the movie Never Die Alone, and it's based off of Donald Goines' books, and I'm a fan of Donald Goines. I love all his shit. The only one I haven't read was Daddy Cool, Kenyatta's Revenge, and something about a white jury, something about some court or something. They got all his books usually in the back. Okay, I read Black Gangster, Black Girl Lost is like a Black Romeo and Juliet. It is so good. I never read Crime Partners. I never read Cry Revenge. Oh, there's a lot I haven't read. Daddy Cool, Deathless, Dauphine, I've read that. Eldorado Red, I've read that. Um, Inner City Hoodlum, Kenyatta's Escape, Kenyatta's Last Hit. I read Never Die Alone. Street Players is hella good. Hella good. Swamp Man, I never read that. White Man's Justice. And I never, White Man's Justice is what I really want to read. And Kenyatta's Escape is the one that I actually want to read. And my favorite book that I read a million times is Horse Son. But I say Horse On, so it sounds cute. But it's called Horse Son, so I bought these two together so I could get my Donald Goines collection back up like I used to. I used to have a Disney collection and a book collection when I was with my ex when we was like balling and shit. But I might do this one with y'all too because it's a fast read and it's a I don't know. I don't know if I want to read this because I feel like I might be opening up too much about myself. What's super interesting though about these books is these were written so long ago. I want to look up how long ago I mean, this shit was written hella long ago, and the shit is so just like I was saying about the coldest winter ever with her and her sister. You know, we get older, the old players fade off, but the bullshit is the same shit. It's the same fucking cycle. It's up to us to change that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you remember at the end when we just finished that page when they was at her mama's funeral and she pulled up like a young Winter, like Winter was in her action. You feel what I'm saying? But the old motherfuckers fade away, just like just like Bullet said, the old hose is falling off and the old hose is fighting the new hose. It's the same shit. It's the same fucking shit. These books was written way back, like way back. Um, I'm like, once we start reading this next week, I'll drop the jewels just like how I did with her, introducing a new Arthur to your Rolodex. Okay, so but it's the same shit, just the new players thinking they know the game and they don't know shit, and they learn the hard way. You see, you see the cover, right? He's on the slab. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Where did they say? Dead, jail, or crazy? That's what ends up happening, and it's the truth. And I went crazy. I went crazy, and then God gave me enough to scrape my dumb ass up off the floor and present my stories to y'all. So anyway, I've been here fucking 5 hours with I had no idea I was here 5 hours. And that time went away really quick. So I think y'all gonna love the what's coming up next. And I think this is the best way that we could pay homage to DMX. I think he would look down and be very proud of this decision. So not only are we gonna be talking about his movie, and how he just played that role a little too good. But why not honor the Black Arthur of the book and why the reason the movie exists in the first place, which we fucks with street books around this bitch. So yeah, America's number one best-selling Black author, Donald Goins. So shout out to Donald Goins, rest in peace, and shout out to the legendary DMX, who we miss very, very much. But he left us with a lot of dope shit. Well, anyway, Andrea, girl, you done stuck out a whole shift with me, girl. I'm gonna have to send you some. Slide in my DMs, girl, so I can send you some. You, Ashunda, and Leisha, I gotta send y'all something straight up. So if you feel comfortable, if you got a PO box or something like that, send me your email or send me either send me your email or either if you don't want something in your mail and you just uncomfortable with me having your address, I get it, no worries. Or send me your PO box or an address where you don't mind giving out, or your email address, because I gotta send you something, girl. You stuck out a whole shit, bitch. I got to give you yours, bitch. Bitch, we did this shit together like we clocked in the work, okay? You and Ashunda, I gotta get y'all something. I mean, for real, y'all pull up every time y'all in the notification gang. I mean, y'all pull up each and every fucking time, and that means the world to me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been there from day one. Y'all been there since I had 5 subscribers. Now I'm a snap away from 750. So I love y'all. Y'all keep me here. You know what I'm saying? So I got to get you something. I got to send you something, girl. And I got to go to bed because I got to go to work. So I love you. I'm gonna look for your message, and y'all have a good night. Look for the playlist to be completed here soon, and I'll see you next week unless something ill pops up. All right, so share if you care, share if you dare, especially if you're a Care Bear, and peace, love, and hair grease and all that jazz. I'm out.